Let's see here. I got to check and see who's on Zoom. Is anybody?
Stephen is coming, but he's gonna be late.
We have no commissioners on Zoom, Mr. Chair.
Oh,
He's on the boat.
okay. So for the time being, we can actually do this without roll call.
He's on the boat.
Stephen. Okay, so I'm calling this meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission to order. It is Tuesday, July 5th at 5:01. And present at today's meeting are Val Oliver, Diane Coombs live, fantastic, woo! Yeah, I know. Carrie Thornwell and myself, Ray Pohl. Stephen will be joining us in a little while, but we do have a quorum. There's 4 of us here at the moment.
Is Abby coming?
I don't know.
Oh, yesterday.
I don't know.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, so maybe she won't be here. Okay, so let's see. For the one person in the audience, don't record anything without telling us in advance. And is your phone on mute?
Oh, is my phone on mute?
Nobody pays attention to that one. Okay, great. Okay, so that's all the rules that we have. So the rest is a free-for-all. Can I have a motion to approve tonight's? Thank you. Diane's made a motion to approve tonight's agenda. On that motion, Carrie.
Aye.
Val.
Aye.
Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
Very good, and I'm in favor too. All right, any public comment? Hearing none, we're going to move along to signs. And
Mr. Chairman, habits die hard. You didn't need to do the roll call.
thank you. Thank you so much.
I will let you know if
Old
anyone
habits
pops up
die
on
hard.
Zoom.
7 seconds.
Yes, 7 seconds. Well, let the record reflect that Abby Camp just joined us. She too is live, so we still don't have to do the roll call. Okay, fantastic. Hi, Abby. Okay, so we're just starting into signs. Can we get the lowdown on the
Mr. Chairman,
signs? Yes.
the sign advisory council met this morning,
Yes.
and their recommendations were 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6 approved.
Okay.
Are the recommendations, and number 4 to be held for revisions.
All right. We can handle that. So can I have a motion on signs 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6 to approve?
So move.
Thank you, Diane. On Diane's motion. Oh, no, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Somebody is feeding back in the meeting.
How could it be you?
It could be me.
Mr. Chairman, may I
Yes.
also add that the sign advisory council is also seeking for legal counsel
Yeah.
in regards of the faux flower arrangements. And
Do we need to,
I just wanted to let you know.
that's informative. We don't need to vote on that.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm very much in favor, given the controversy surrounding that particular thing. I would be really in favor of hearing what town council has to say.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. And then we do have sign number 4 was held for revisions. Can I have a motion on that?
Motion
Okay.
to hold.
Diana's made a motion to hold for revisions. All in favor, say aye.
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 And any opposed? Hearing none, we will now move to consent.
I have to sit off.
And I do too, so we need to do.
too.
Okay, so we need to do some gymnastics here. So why don't we, Carrie, you have 2 in there.
No, I've got some at the top and the bottom.
Right.
So
I only have 1.
And I only have 1 too.
Curious.
So what we can do
God, I'm good.
is I can recuse from everything except 24. No, I said that backwards. I don't need to recuse from anything except, oh, no,
20.
I erred.
20 and 24.
Val, it's easier for you. You only have
Yes.
1?
Yeah.
Okay, so can you recuse from item number 1?
Yes.
Okay, so what we're voting on now, folks, without Val, is to approve just item number 1 on consent.
So move.
Thank you. So Diane has made a motion to approve number 1 on consent. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. So that was Val's project. So now Val can sit in.
What
But I
about
shall
number
recuse.
4, which
What?
is carry? 4,
Right, so
6.
here's the story on this one. I hope I got this correct. So Carrie and I both need to recuse from kind of the rest of the package, but that still leaves Val, who just recused from her one project and we approved, Diane, Abby. So there's a quorum.
That's all we
So you
need.
guys can go. So
Okay.
Abby, you want to chair that one?
Sure. Do
It
I
would be
hear,
2 through 25.
okay, do I hear that motion?
So you move the motion, you hear it.
2 through 25. Thank you, Diane. On that motion, Diane?
Can we just say
Yeah, you can just say all in favor.
All in favor?
Aye.
aye?
Aye.
Any opposition? Isn't that Mr. Dutra coming down?
It is.
Sorry,
Boy,
we moved you down there.
We got a
for some
crowded
reason.
house now.
Is
there a sign there already that's Steve?
Says you could be,
Even.
Okay, I'll see that.
Where's Jesse?
Yeah.
so that motion,
let
that
the-
motion passes.
That motion passes. Thank you, guys. So that's the end of consents. Let the record reflect that Jesse joined us. Thank you, Jesse. Jesse Dutra, that is, for the record. Okay, so now we're on to, consent with conditions. Carrie, you need to recuse, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so Carrie, if you recuse from that, the rest of us will vote it through.
Motion to approve consent with conditions.
Okay. For the record, Carrie is recusing from this vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. God, it's so great not having to take roll call.
That was 30 projects.
We're gonna kill,
That was 30.
30? Wow, it's incredible. Yeah, right, 30. Okay, now we're on to new business, 29 Rhode Island. Anybody?
He hasn't been here.
No, but I looked at these and they are super simple.
Why don't, let's
I'm
go.
here.
They were,
You wanna go for it?
yeah.
He's
Let's
here
go for
today.
it. Yeah.
He's here.
I'm here and it's wonderful and I won't say
Okay.
anything if it's simple, it's wonderful, I won't say anything.
I'm sorry, Jay, what did you say?
I just said that I think Abby just said that it's simple and I'll take that as a win and let you guys move, unless you have questions.
All right, well, let's take.
That
a
was
look at what
Val.
You got a shed and a.
Sorry, Val.
Thank you.
Let's see, board on this. Val, Ryan, me. Okay, so, since Jesse, you were on the last one, so Carrie can be on this one. Gotta do some little rotation on the,
I think what was confusing at first was everything's on each application, but one is for decks and one is for a shed.
The first thing under review right now is the shed. So I see it on the site plan.
It's a cute little spud.
Oh, it is. Okay. And do we have Mattocket advisory on this?
Yes, sir, we do.
Yeah.
Mattocket took a look at this on June 27th. They said there was a discussion about the location of the shed so close to the road, though outside the front yard setback distance of 10 feet. It should not be sited forward of the front plane of the house. The design of the shed was appropriate and there was no concern about that aspect. There was no concern if the shed was moved back to a point no further forward than the front of the house. Applicant has agreed to move it back.
Is that true, Jay? Jay,
Yeah, it is true, though I don't quite understand why, since setbacks are what the zoning board, I mean, that's,
no,
the
it's a
rules of
hallowed
this-
tradition in this board to have the shed.
yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
But
Um,
so the only thing I would say about that is
Yeah.
last week's HDC, when you were talking about Mattocket, there was talk about scattered fishing cabins. And if we line it up with the house, we're losing some of that kind of scattered, haphazard Mattocket-y feel.
Okay.
So I would love
Okay.
to, and the only other, and sorry, one other point, the neighbor to my east would like it closer to the road because then she has a better view of the
Oh.
beach from her house.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Jay. Let's see what the board members think. Who wants to start?
I will.
Thank you.
I don't have a problem with this. I got a shed approved for, oh my gosh, I can't remember the guy's name out there. And it was right on the street and the house was set back and it's fairly close to Millie, so it's a shed.
Okay,
I'm
so
okay.
you're okay.
Yeah.
Great, thanks. Diane?
Me too.
All right, good. Abby?
I was just wondering about the windows. They're just singles. Could they be paned like 6/6s? I think it would be really sweet.
I used windows to match the house because I thought that would be more nice, but I'm happy to do different ones if you prefer. I was just trying to be consistent with the house.
So the house has 1/1s.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just sometimes these little sheds with the big windows look quite sweet with the 6/6s.
Yeah.
But if
I'm happy to go either way. I thought matching the house made more sense, but I defer to you all on that.
Okay, let's see where it goes.
Yeah.
Carrie?
I think your commentary about the haphazard quality would make sense to do 6/6s, because I agree, we're trying to not do 1/1s. The siding, I think, is fine. I appreciate the fact that he's being sensitive to the neighbor.
Yeah, agreed.
Unusual.
Okay, so listen, I'm not sure anybody here in this group would object to 6/6s. So if you're willing to do that, I think it would be an improvement, honestly.
Yes, 6/6.
For the reasons that Carrie just identified.
Happy to do it.
Okay, then. So can somebody move this one? All right.
I make a motion to approve making the windows have a 6/6 grill pattern and the door to have a 9 light pattern.
Sounds great. Okay, all in favor of Val's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
As drawn on
Boy,
example
do I
A.
love this new way of doing business.
Ex-
Okay, the
Exhibit A.
deck.
Exhibit A. Yeah.
We're using this for the deck? Okay. So, Jay, looks
Yeah.
looks like you're just adding a couple of decks. They're bubbled on our site plan.
So on the front of the house, which is what is showing right now, I am adding a deck. And my thought is that the house with the addition looks rather ugly. And I also am trying to get more outdoor space to bring people out of the house to enjoy the beautiful Nantucket weather. And so a deck facing south for the morning time would be really nice, and bring people out of the house and use some of the, closest to the beach. And then in the back side of the house, it's just a bluestone hardscaping. And again, just to try to draw people into the backyard and out of the house.
Can I ask you something, Jay?
Yeah.
You have a railing going around it, which you don't need by code. Is that something that you want to have?
I don't care about the railing. I'd be willing to do something else. Again, I was just trying to make the house look a little nicer. I thought the curb appeal for Mass Avenue was kind of ugly.
Yeah. Just curious.
But
I think I drew this plan.
What?
No, I actually did it myself with PowerPoint and cutting and pasting. I'm rather proud of myself.
Where are the elevations?
I pulled the as-built from the
Can we
plus
see the
department.
elevations one more time, Abby? They're not in this because this
No.
was the shed thing.
There it is.
There you go.
No, this is everything. This is all I did.
Oh,
Maybe a break in the middle of it.
Yeah, or crossbucks.
Yeah, crossbucks or something could give it a little.
or lower too, because I think you
Train
probably have it
looks
at
tall.
36 inches, which you don't need.
Yeah.
I have it where it is would line up with the original front door, the front door that's there now. I just extended it across.
Say that again?
There is a small deck there now at the front door, so I'm just extending. So I don't know if I can raise or lower it.
We weren't talking about that. We were talking
Oh,
about
sorry.
the configuration of the railing.
Oh, okay.
So you just got a load of ideas all at once. One was to open it up in an area, and then you would assume you have steps down. 2 was cross bucks instead of the vertical rails, and 3 is just not 36 inches high, so it's a little bit more lower in scale.
I do like the crossbucks. I think those are really nice.
Oh.
And it's
well then.
simple, that's what's
Yeah,
nice.
I
And I bet
Yeah.
it's cheaper.
And it's cheaper, yes, indeed. Okay, all right. Any other
Mr. Chair.
opinions on this one?
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to, Mab did take a look at
Oh,
this.
sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah.
They had overall no concerns. They did have a comment I wanted to read. There was discussion about adding the dimensions of the deck and patio to the application, which he's done. The patio and expansion of the deck were not of a concern for 3 of the members. The patio was bluestone at grade and was included in the same application as the deck expansion on the house. No comment was made about the hardscape patio being on the same application as the deck on the house.
I think that a deck counts as hardscape, quite frankly, don't you? As well?
Yeah, the Concom views it as a structure, whatever difference that makes. Building department views it as a structure.
I would motion to approve with the railing changing to crossbox.
Sounds pretty good. All right, same board as the previous, so on that motion, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Jay, thank you.
Thank you all. I will see you soon. Have a good rest of your meeting.
Night, thank you. Anybody here for 6 Joy?
Elaine Johnson. Hello,
Yeah, hi, Elaine.
hi.
Okay, so let's see, your board on this one, we're doing a rotation, so Val, Diane, Abby, myself, and Jesse, okay? Elaine?
Yes, fine.
All right,
Good-
great. Let's
Good
go.
afternoon, early evening. This is a charming, beautiful little home that my client, Jamie Kaplan, purchased a couple of years ago on Joy Street. And as you can see, Joy Street ultimately connects with Hummock Pond. That corner there actually is the abutter's property to the backside of Jamie's. This is pretty straightforward in my view. What we'd like to do is put a traditional Walpole basking ridge arbor in the existing rivet hedge, as shown on the plan, with a sweet gate. And by the way, the picture of the gate detail is one I actually took down in the down near where the white elephant is. I'm having a senior moment. That beautiful community down near the white elephant and the light. So I took a picture of that.
Brant
particular
Point.
gate. Yes, excuse me, of course. Brant Point. And that picture that's with the application is actually an existing gate in that neighborhood. So right now, she doesn't have a structure there. What they've tried to do is kind of train some of the privet in an arch and a gate which is not functioning. So our plan is to put in, indeed, a Walpole arbor with a gate. We'd also like to put the traditional Nantucket picket that is also pictured, and that was a picture I actually took on island as well. It's a beautiful Nantucket fence that you see everywhere on island. And that particular feature will connect from the arbor posts to the property line and on the one side, and then on the other side to the existing privet hedge that you see in the plan there. We'd like to move the driveway over slightly, not change the material of it at all. It's a shell driveway. It's got the Belgian block apron. And this was not in my filing, but since I made that on the 24th of May, my client has shown some interest in the traditional cobble apron that you folks like so much for the Clara Drive property. So if this requires a separate filing, then we'll just stay with the the cobble apron. But if you folks feel that that's a nice change to what's existing, then that would be wonderful also. You can see the Liberty lamppost. There's no lighting out there right now. It's pretty dark on that street at night. The only lights are actually on her residence. So the very simple Liberty lamppost with a side mount onion lamp to be placed up near the arbor. And then the simple mail post. These are all Walpole products to be placed down at the beginning of the driveway. Jamie does get mail delivery now to a little box that's attached to her house. So we felt it'd be nice to actually have a mail post with a mailbox for her. And that's it. Oh, the other thing I want to add is none of the work with the fence, of course, or the moving of the driveway over slightly will happen until Paul Santos stakes that line for us. I definitely have some concern where exactly that property line is. Been in touch with Paul, Nantucket surveyors, who did the original engineering plan for this property. And he is going to do that for us, maybe as early as the end of the week. So that's it.
Okay, thank you, Elaine. Let's see, I'm sure we have HSAB on this, right?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Chair. First off, for the record, and Elaine, please correct me if I'm wrong, but this is 7 Joy Street, not 6 Joy Street?
I believe it's 7. I've always thought it was 7.
Yeah, okay. Your application indicated 6, but everything on it says 7. So just wanted to clarify that for the record.
Yeah, it is number 7.
Thank you. So the NHL data indicates that the structure on the lot is from the 1950s, just to give some context for the commission. HSAB took a look at this on June 27th. They said AZEC is not appropriate. All materials should be wood. The gate should be a traditional picket style. This is a transitional area between town and countryside. Gates and arbors should lean to the more informal side. This arbor is too formal. The lamp post and mailbox post should also be less formal. It's not clear where the fence is going, but the example doesn't comply with the standard type 2 picket fence. From staff's perspective, I agree with HSAB, materials should be wood for the arbor and the gate. The style also that's being proposed for the gate, as if you could zoom into that, is definitely not appropriate or consistent with the OHD. And then I just wanted to mention, as far as the changes to the driveway, just to notate that obviously with this commission's approval for the apron and the material of the driveway, if the commission so inclined, that the applicant would also have to go to the DPW with your COA approval for the relocation of that driveway, even though if it's a foot or two, they still need to be in compliance with the curb cut requirements. So.
Yeah.
Other than that, those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
So here's what I don't quite understand, this relocation of the driveway. So it appears from the site plan that the drive is already kind of over the property line. And
yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Well, no, I was just going to say, so, but then from your photograph that's explaining where the driveway is moving with the red lines on it, it looks like the driveway is actually moving further to the left, which would make it more over the property line. Am I missing something?
No,
Well, you're probably not at all. When I was down there, I had a conversation with the abutter, and it does appear that where the driveway is currently is probably where it needs to stay. He informed me that the existing planting on that picture probably exceeds the property line slightly, which made me very leery of even moving the driveway in the first place. And that's why it's so important for all of us that Paul stake that line for us. I've been trying to get him to do that for quite some time.
Okay, so given that, let's say that maybe you can't move the driveway over. I'm looking at this photograph again where you sort of ghosted in the moon gate and the red line shows the relocation.
Yeah.
So would your inability to move the drive affect the location of the moon gate?
No, it would not.
It would just come to the drive rather than to the lawn.
Right.
Okay, got it.
I'm
All right.
I'm curious about the comment about the gate in as much as that is existing. Is that a different area down there in Brant Point?
My guess is it wasn't applied for because I've never seen a gate
Oh.
like that.
It's just a lattice gate.
So,
Okay.
hey, Elaine,
Yeah,
have you ever seen, if you look in the back of Building with Nantucket in Mind, there's a couple of drawings that show quite clearly how a typical type 2.
well, yeah, I'm very familiar with that because we do that a lot here on the Cape, of course. Yes.
Okay.
So a picket gate is fine. And the little picket fence, the Sudbury picket with the top rail, that's everywhere.
Okay.
I took that particular picture one street over from North Water Street. That picture that I provided for you folks when I was on the island, but go ahead.
Yeah. All right. Thanks.
I mean, there were so many places I could have taken that picture, but the lamppost is about as simple as you can get. It's just one post.
Well, did they say something about the lamppost? I don't
Yes,
recall.
too formal. They said
Oh,
it's
too
too
formal,
formal.
okay. Well, the only way you can make it less formal is by taking the cap off the top of it.
Well, they
But-
didn't think, they weren't
But
pleased
Elaine,
with the
let's see
post at all.
what the board members think. You want to start, Diane?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. Diane's going to start.
First of all, the male post
Yes,
should be wood,
okay.
natural to weather.
Cedar. Yeah, okay.
And the lamp post shouldn't be there. If there is one, it should be attached to the pole, which should be natural to weather and sit on top the way it does around here, not hanging. I don't know that
Oh,
I've
you
seen.
want a
hanging.
top mount rather than a side mount.
That's usually the way you see it out here, Elaine.
I think the gate
Okay.
is inappropriate.
So you'd like to see a picket gate.
Just a regular gate, and I think the caps,
We're trying to find the culprit. I turned mine
the
off.
caps on the
Yeah,
picket fence should not be. This is a very simple street.
Yeah,
Joy Street happens to be right next to the chairman of ASHAB. And,
okay.
uh,
So rather than a cap post, we would just have a post,
yeah,
a
just
post. Yeah,
simplify everything.
bevel top. I get that. Yep.
good.
So
Anything
that's
else,
it.
Diane? Okay. So Diane, those are Diane's comments. Let's see. Jesse, ready?
I agree with the board on just about everything. Did we talk about making the light post natural or keep that way?
I suggested it was natural.
And the light would go on top of it as opposed to on the side of it.
Right. But I think, an appropriate arbor and fence would look good there, just needs to go based on our standards.
Okay, thank you, Jesse. Abby,
Yeah, I was just looking to see, Elaine, are they starting to grow the privet over like a moon gate that you've proposed? See how
They're attempting, the privet right now is starting to look diseased. Some of it's got heavy lichen infestation. So it's not that successful, frankly.
Well, my question is, are you starting to grow the privet to go over a moon gate?
No.
No, okay.
Moon gate would be in lieu of the privet application.
Okay, it just, it appears that way in the photograph. I think of the post box in a natural material is best, and I think I think if the moon gate was enclosed in some privet, that it would look a little more simple, but I think just a moon gate just right
It'll be
there is.
flanked, it'll be flanked privet on either side. Did you like to see the privet then arching over the gate as the?
Yeah, that's what I thought the photograph was showing, but let me just finish. And it seems like a huge expense to go to cobblestone when you already have the Belgian block down.
I know, it's just a thought. It was an add-on.
Yeah.
She saw the cobble we
keeps
did out on
interrupting
Claire
everybody.
Drive.
I know, I'm trying to.
That's-
Yeah, sorry, Elaine.
but
Let the board members speak without responding.
I'm sorry.
But I think if that, I think just a normal picket gate is probably simple and better.
Okay. Sorry, I was muted. Thank you. Val, your turn.
I agree with what's been said. Simple is best. Basics, I guess, in the Old Historic District isn't acceptable out of town. We are accepting it hither and yon. I think the little gate that they have to re-emulate that in a moon gate would be sweet, because it would, capture the shape. The only question I have is I don't see where the fence is going.
The fence will connect from one of the posts of the arbor to the far property line, once we have that staked. And we're moving the gate over slightly. There will be another section of fence to that existing privet hedge that you see on the right-hand side.
And that's it? It's not gonna
Yep.
come down the driveway and around?
No. Keeping it simple.
Okay. That's all I had, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Val, thanks. I think it's to me. So yeah, the idea of simplification, not using the model from East Hulbert Avenue, not Hulbert Avenue, Brant Point as the gate. Use more of an example, actually what you have there now. I agree with what the other commissioners have said. What can we do with this one, folks?
I think we can do it through
Want
staff.
to try it? Let's see what we can do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Motion to approve with the materials all being traditional wood. The arbor, the gate in the arbor to be a more traditional gate, either straight across like the picket fence or with the curve as it exists now. Light post and post box to be natural to leather. And the apron to be what it is.
Yeah, I have a feeling they're not going to be able to move the drive, so it
Right.
would just stay as is.
But what do you think about the material? I'm indifferent either way.
For the mailbox and for the lamp?
No, the driveway apron. She
Oh,
wanted
why-
to,
why-
she wanted to change it to cobble.
Yeah, well, Elaine,
Not-
you were just doing that when you were moving it, right?
Yeah, and that's just an option. That was something that was brought up much after this filing was made. Actually, my client likes both of them. That's not a major factor to her. She's very much happy to keep what
Why
is
don't we keep it
existing.
exist?
Keep the existing. You want to put that into your motion?
And to keep the driveway as it's existing.
Okay. That's Val's motion. All in favor of Val's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, you're an aye too. Yeah, okay. Any opposed? There we go. Motion carries. All right, next up, 89.
Oh, I have I have a question for the board.
Yes.
I wasn't clear on the fence and the arbor. Can that be white?
It can be white,
Yeah.
it just needs to be wood.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay?
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Thanks. Okay, 89 Washington. Let the record show that Stephen Welch has joined us. Hello, Stephen.
Good evening.
There you go. There's that.
Thank you, thank you.
Do we have anyone here to represent 89 Washington? Oh, come on up. Let's see. That one might work. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Just do like a test. 1, 2.
Test.
Can anybody hear that? That's good? You're good? Okay. Okay, so you want to make a color change on both of your buildings, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll go.
Yeah, well, do we know what the color is changing?
You know, there's that nice project that was done across the street where it's like a gray with the black sash.
On the water side?
Yeah, Smith and Hutton maybe did
Oh,
it.
yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what you're emulating, right? Yeah, across the street.
Okay.
Right now, it's natural to weather in cottage red.
I see that, yes.
They
Okay,
don't want that anymore?
anything else?
Nope.
That's it. Okay, HSAP.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, there's 2 structures up on the lot. The front house is a circa 1998 and the rear house is a circa 1955. And that one is contributing towards the local and national district. HSAB, I guess, did not have this on their agenda as far as I saw. But from staff's perspective, I just want to mention, obviously, cobblestone is okay for trim. You all approved that before. Black doors with the OHD, I would not recommend, and that would be my comment.
Black door in the OHD,
Correct. That's being proposed.
the entry door. Okay, thank you, Holly. Regular board on this one, who would like to start?
Al would like to start.
I will. I'm actually okay with it, looking at it across the street. I think it looks nice.
At the Smith and Hutton.
Yeah.
Okay. By the way, I think we could probably expedite this by reviewing both the house and the guest house simultaneously.
Well, they're kind of all
It's the-
connected.
you know,
It's
the same
condos.
thing. Okay.
And I did this building in 1996
There you go.
for Jim, what was his name? Green.
It should have a little plaque on it. Thanks, Val. Diane.
And just tell me what the front door, which is dark to see here, they want to have it go black?
Yes.
And the windows, right?
And the windows.
Yes.
And get rid of the gray?
Get rid of the red on the doors.
Right.
And I can't even tell what color it is. Is it
Here's
cobblestone on the
hot
windows
thing
now?
across the street. That's
Yeah.
the color.
It's
now.
nothing right now, it's just the
And that they call black?
wood.
Mm.
I like that.
Mm-hmm. Did you see the last page is the color?
It's not really shiny black.
No,
It's sort of a very, very dark.
Like an onyx.
Pretty
It's in
blue,
gray with that
dark.
one.
I have other photos too.
I would go with that color.
Bring them up.
Okay. So Diane seems good. Abby? Anything?
Thanks.
I'm good with it. I like all the old fashioned red trim, but I guess it's out of style.
Oh, yeah. Emily. Avery's
Oh,
house.
yeah.
Bungalow.
Yep.
Yeah.
See, that's a good color.
Yeah.
Okay, so Abby sounded like she was okay with it. Stephen?
What, see these?
Yeah, no, I don't think you get any more historic than gray and black.
Okay. Sounds like we have liftoff. Does somebody want to make a motion? And the motion should actually be on both the front house and the back house.
I'll do it.
Do 'em both
Motion
at
to approve both structures, changing their colors to the gray and the black.
Sounds good. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There you go. You're all set. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Brooke, your turn, friend. Oh, and there's a board established on this already. I kind of sort of remember this. Oh, didn't we review the house and then we got cut off?
Yeah,
Right.
There
house-
was
the house
several
got a-
more applications.
The house got
The
approved.
house got approved through staff. What you're looking at right now is the building that was moved and modified. There had been a motion made by Mr. Welch in the previous meeting to do some minor revisions. He said, can you do it and get it in before the Thursday? We didn't get to it on Thursday, so that's what you're looking at right now.
Got it.
On this drawing, the blue outlines indicate the changes that I made per Mr. Welch's concerns, and everything else was pretty much accepted, as submitted prior.
Let me make sure I understand. So this was the one where we voted not to approve the breezeway until it was framed?
Well, that was the house. The house and the breezeway were.
And this is not the house?
This is not the house. This was the
Oh, this is the
existing
moved
structure that was
one.
moved
Oh,
and
got it.
rotated.
Yeah, yeah.
And then with some minor modifications. But the blue outline were requests to bring about a little bit of uniformity.
Can I, I don't remember being on that first application with the moved house. But it says that I was.
Yeah.
I don't,
It was your birthday.
no, I don't know that he was here.
I think alcohol was
Oh,
involved.
maybe you had gone out.
Yeah, well, you left early. This
Yeah,
is it right
I
at the end
think
of the-
I might
this
have
is-
left.
This is the last
I
application.
don't remember.
You left
I
at
remember the
7.
discussion about the new main house and the breezeway and all that, but then I asked about, what about the guest house? And you said, I was before the board and.
Yeah, so that was on Thursday when we were talking about, when we had approved the guest house, or we had approved the main house.
Right.
But you weren't there, I don't believe, prior when we had spoken
On
about
that
the.
Tuesday,
on
because
the-
that was last
And it was,
week.
it was
that
like
my
the
birthday.
last application, and I think you had decided to just.
Tuesday you weren't.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
so I think I should I'm not on this. So Abby, can you chair this?
Yeah, right here.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, you got everybody. You got 5 people. Oh, with me, there were actually 6 people on it, so I'm
That's
glad I'm
nice.
sitting down. Okay, Abby, to you.
Okay. What does anybody think? Who wants to go first?
I think I was the person who had the most concern with the discombobulated, or what did I call it, cattywampus doors and windows.
Something like that.
Yeah. But I appreciate the more standardized yet still different window door style, so I'm okay with this. But no breezeway, just in case there's any concern.
Right, the breezeway is not a part of this
Okay.
application, for the record.
Roger that.
Anybody else? Ready?
I'm good with it. Thank you for the
Good.
changes.
Good with it.
And I am as well. Stephen, are you on this one?
I don't know, am I?
You were the one that made the
Madam Chair.
suggestions.
You are. Jesse,
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, may I interject? I just pulled the minutes from this application from June 28th.
that's my birthday.
I have Paul, Kuhn, Arbor, Walton, Dutra.
It looks like I just accidentally left your name in, Ray. According to the vote, you
Oh, I'm
weren't
gonna
there.
forgive you for that.
Yeah,
No,
I
definitely
will
cut out
correct
of
that
here
before
stuff.
next week, and, but yeah, you're not sitting on it. That was an
Okay.
error on my
All right.
part.
Plus, we have 6 people on, and that we know is not
Yeah, but you don't show up in the vote, and that's what I'm going
Okay.
by.
very good. Thanks. Okay.
Okay, Stephen.
Yeah, I'd just like some clarification. We're looking at the garage.
No, we're looking at the building that was move and modify. We had talked about it on that Tuesday evening, and I remember like your last words were, "Do you think you can get this done before Thursday?" And I said yes and laughed.
I swore we talked about this Thursday. But, okay, just give me a second.
And the others are track, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've kind of split this up over a couple of nights because I was the last one on the Tuesday, the last one on the Thursday, and now I'm first.
Can we move to the right, please? Thank you. Thank you, Brooke. No concerns. Motion to approve.
Okay, all in favor of Stephen's motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. Okay,
Don't you love
passes.
that?
Good job.
And then we still have the garage and the pool and deck. Have those been heard yet?
They have not. It's open season.
Okay. So if it's open season, it's open, it's the full board.
I know. That was awful looking.
Thanks.
I think we make a real fuss about doing this. Lighting. We used to do it. Right.
Hey, Brooke, do you have anything to say on the garage?
Not particularly, other than that the scale is very, very similar to what was existing. And there's some quirky features which I think are appropriate for Nantucket, i.e. the little door in the back. But if there is a concern, it's not really very visible.
No.
Okay. How about Nantucket Advisory?
Yes, sir. Overall, the advisory board had no concerns. They said there was a brief discussion about the garage. It was in the same location but slightly rotated on site. It was similar to the existing. The garage doors face the street currently, and many on the street do. There was no concern about the design or the doors.
Okay.
It looks like the one that was getting demoed.
Well, that's what Brooke
Yeah.
said, very similar character. So you're folding up, all right? I think I know what that means. Diane, anything?
No, that looks good to me.
Okay, Diane's folding up. Abby,
I'm good.
all right. Stephen?
The only comment I'd have is, well, two comments. One, I think it's appropriate, and two, I think it would be more appropriate if the skylights were framed out with a red cedar natural to weather, maybe even with a center mutton. That's it. Applied.
You okay with that?
Yeah, we can do
You
that.
mean just with a little cover on it?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay, do you want to do a motion?
So moved.
Okay, so
Through staff.
Stephen's motion is to approve this garage just with a red cedar cover on the skylight through staff. All in favor of Stephen's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, pool deck. While we're, do you have anything to say on this? No. he doesn't.
Not
Too
really.
late.
You know what,
How
I'll
about-
address any concerns. I actually, what I would like to say is that because everything is in a mud sill, the deck is at grade, so
Okay.
it's not going to stand proud of the topography. And I would also like to say that my client's father has he has some disabilities, and I think that we're trying to create an outdoor space that will allow him to move more freely in the backyard. He may require a walker, possibly even a wheelchair soon. So, trying to-
So the pool is set into the deck.
the pool is set into the deck, and the mechanicals are in a concrete
Vault.
vault under the deck.
Yeah. Okay.
What was that about the vault?
Well, all the mechanicals, sometimes you
Oh.
just put a vault down in the ground and you put all your pool mechanicals in there so it's quiet and not an eyesore.
I have just one question, and
Let's hear from Mattocket Advisory first. and
Thank
then
you,
I'll
Mr. Chair.
I'll take you first.
Mattocket took a look at this on June 27th. They had concerns. There was a discussion about the visibility of the pool. There was no concern about having a pool that was only 8 by 18 on the property, given that it's a 33,000 square foot oversized lot and set some distance from M Street and not visible from Washington or Tennessee. Suggested that a more detailed native planting plan along the M Street lot line would be necessary. As there is an auto-covered proposed, no fences was necessary. It was suggested that a shingled wall deck bench would be more appropriate than a vertical board backing. The at-grade wood deck was large but may not be visible. The roofed over open porch connecting the new dwelling and the relocated existing dwelling was a concern about visibility from M Street. The pool equipment will be located under the deck and not visible from a traveled way. The one condition MAB has asked placed on the approval is that there be no exterior landscape lighting related to this pool. From staff's perspective, I just want to notate that this is in VR, which requires a special permit from the ZBA, and I know Brooke knows that.
I am aware of this.
All right, Holly, thank you. Abby, did you want to start?
yeah, well, my concern was visibility from M Street, and what are you, how are you screening that?
Yes, so may I respond to that, Mr. Chair? So right now, there is currently a whole bunch of native vegetation. We have no intention of knocking it down. There were some wonderful photos that Val had brought in last Thursday. I don't know if they are anywhere circulating in the files, but it shows a large vegetated line between M Street and this yard, and my clients don't want to touch that. They're not really into the privet, and I think that will go a long way towards creating, at least mitigating visibility concerns.
Okay, so there's existing vegetation.
Yeah.
Yes, actually, right there on the locus map, you can see that.
Mhm.
Okay, that was my.
Good. How about you, Diane?
No, I think if it's covered with some vegetation, all I'd ask is, what is the rectangle in front of the pool?
Oh, a step, I think.
Well, that's actually a bench just to help block.
Oh.
That's
Yeah.
where he could sit, that's fine.
Yep, and that's the board, there is vertical board there. We'd like it to be just cedar board, natural to weather. I think shingles will make it look a little bit too modern, tied to the shingles, to the cottage corners, so I prefer to go with the board, but it's your call.
Okay, thanks.
That's good.
You okay, Diane?
Yep.
Okay, good. Stephen, ready?
No additional comments.
All right, Val?
I think it's smart.
Smart. Okay,
Motion,
here we go.
motion to approve with the existing vegetation to remain and be maintained.
Very good. Thanks for the motion, Stephen, and on Stephen's motion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No one's opposed. It carries.
Thank
All
you
right,
very
thanks-
much.
Thanks, you guys. 15 Washington.
I'm gonna step out for 2 seconds. here.
Okay, is anybody here to rep that?
I'm here virtually, Joe Paul.
Hello, virtual Joe.
Hello, in real life HDC board.
Um, Well, to you, from your perspective, we are virtual, I believe.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
So 15 Washington Street.
Yeah, this is the Handlebar,
Edition. It's what?
the Handlebar Cafe.
Oh, yeah.
And
Down there.
yeah, so you want me to start? Is that okay?
Yes, please.
Okay, so we are, so the top row is comparing existing and proposed, and then the photograph there adjacent gives you the sense of the visibility. So what we're looking to do is to add a single-story addition off the back left corner, and we're also adding off the rear of the building. You can see the existing building, which is a 1990 Neil Parent building, is a little quirky, and it has this shallow pitch gable in the front that comes out towards the street. And the addition that we're adding to the side is matches that pitch. You can see that if you go down, you got to go down a few more. I'll go down one more. There you go. So we're adding that gable addition is coming off the side. And in the rear, which is the south elevation, what we're doing is we're taking one of the gable dormers and we're turning that into a gable addition. And I have, if I'm able to share my screen just for 5 seconds or maybe 10, I've got a couple of 3D views of this that might be helpful just to visualize, if that's possible.
Here you
Can I
go.
do- Okay. Oh, there's the Neil Parent drawing. So this is the front, and you saw the visibility is not much here on the left. Then this is up above it, so you can kind of see what we're doing here. This is the piece that we've added to the back, and it kind of wraps around the corner here. So from the street, you're going to see this shed roof, and then this gable's dying into it. And this is the line where the existing fence is. So the addition doesn't go beyond the existing fence. And my client owns 10 Union Street, the abutting property, which we've been before you a few times. And we're going to lay out the property line actually so that he's giving more property to the Handlebar Cafe. This will give him easier access because there's a staff office up here, and his house is relatively small, so he'll be using this as an office, and it'll also be an office for the Handlebar Cafe. It'll give him direct access from the back, and then staff can come around this alleyway and come into the building. So that's it in 3D, if that's helpful.
Okay.
I ask him a question.
Yeah, sure.
Joe, what about the tree in the front?
Oh, the tree in the front, none of that's changing. Everything, the only thing that's changing is happening, if you've ever been in that secret garden that's back in this back left corner where there's a pergola, that addition is infilling that space, which the public generally doesn't use. So the whole front half of this is staying as is.
Okay, that's
Okay,
good.
Joe, thanks.
Because it's a town tree.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay. All the more
Okay.
reason.
Thank you, Diane and Joe. But now we do need to get back and listen to Holly with HSAP.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first I wanted to mention that both the NHL data and the tax assessors indicate that this structure was built in 1962. So it would be nice to have, if Neil Parent did this in the 90s or the addition to or whatever, it would be nice to have that information. It was not included on the application. So that would be great. I do remember this always being a commercial structure as a child, going in there and buying Beanie Babies and whatnot. HSAB took a look at this on June 13th. Skylights are not appropriate on one-story roofs. The north skylight may be blocked by the adjacent building, but the south one may be visible from Union Street. Putting two skylights opposite each other has always been disallowed to avoid seeing light through the roof. From staff's perspective, I agree wholeheartedly with HSAB's comment on the skylights. Again, historical information on the structure would be very beneficial, especially located within the OHD. And if there's any concern on the visibility from Union Street, then maybe a view or additional photographs would be beneficial. Just wanted to point out that odd window light configuration, but it may not be visible from a public way and only from the project owner's property at the rear. Those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Holly. Who would like to start? Regular board, of course.
Oh, except Val stepped off.
Oh, Val stepped up.
I'm not on it.
Oh, right, okay, sorry. Let's see. Is it you or Jesse? I've lost.
We just discussed it and I'm doing it.
Okay, very good,
Who's
thanks.
taking charge for you?
I think Carrie's up.
I'll go if you want me to.
Yeah, please do.
The south elevation, I think possibly could be visible from Union. And if it is, that broken back on the two-story.
Excuse me, Carrie,
Yes.
you really need to get closer to the microphone. I couldn't hear what you
Sorry.
said.
Thanks, sorry. I'm just saying the rear addition, two-story broken back shed piece is sort of atypical. And I think that roof pitch normally, if you saw it from as we see it from the front, I think it would be the same pitch as the roof itself. So I don't think breaking it is a solution. I think it would be okay to continue it down because you do see that every now and
You
then.
mean just run it down to the
Run
salt
it
box?
down. Yeah, that's a more typical what you would see rather than if you look at the north elevation, that shallow slope. And I understand you're mimicking the front piece, but I actually think you should be consistent with the main mass
I'm trying to get headroom for my stair.
in that slope. Well, yeah, that's.
All right.
Hmm.
Anything else, Carrie?
No, I think the rest of it's really not going to be visible, but because that's on the second floor and through Union, I think it might be.
Okay, thank you. Who's next? Thank you, Abby.
I don't have I think it's fine. I don't think we're going to see the roof window from Union
Oh, the,
Street.
the skylight.
Skylight, yeah. I think it's just too low, so I'm okay with it.
Okay, thank you, Diane.
I think it would be good just to take a quick view of it because you can see from Union Street right across between 10, looks right down on it. So I think, and we have been quite fussy about the skylights, not
Yeah.
so you can see through them. I would, before we approve it, I would like.
This, I believe, is a photograph taken from Union, am I correct?
It's taken from in their yard, but
In your yard, but I mean, like,
yeah, you can see that. If the skylight's an issue, I would just remove it from there. If the overall massing is fine, I think the skylight's just a detail.
Well, and I think Diane, like Holly, is concerned, we have done these skylights in the past where you have one on either side of the gable and it looks like there's a hole in the building.
Yeah, hadn't even thought about that. It's a good point.
Okay, anything else, Diane?
No, I think it fits in that back space that they're filling in. If you remember, a couple of deer gathered there, broke into the back of the building. And got out, but they did a good job. This was a long
That's
time
amazing.
ago.
Like the one that jumped through the plate glass window on Main Street.
Right.
A few winters ago. Okay, Diane, thank you. Stephen?
Yeah, well, I'd say no skylight on the north. On the south, Joe, you might want digital, Joe. You might want to hold off because you can put your solar there. I get what you're trying to do with your ceiling heights for your stairwell there. I'm a little less concerned about the broke back. Those are my comments.
Okay, great. So I think that albeit I appreciate Carrie's point about the broken back. I think this is kind of a quirky little building and your addition onto it is quirky as well, which is, I think, fine. My only concern is the double skylights. So I think we're talking about removing one on the south elevation?
Yeah, it's better on the south elevation,
right?
I think. Take that off.
Yeah, of the two. I think we can move this.
Oh, I'll make that motion.
Okay, so I think that the consensus view is to remove the southern skylight.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, that's Diane's motion. All in favor of Diane's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There you go. It's passed. Thanks, Joe.
Thanks.
Okay, Chris Hall, 19 Bishop's Rise.
Yes, sir.
Aye.
Hi.
Let's see, value back.
Yep.
Okay, so regular board.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Thanks so much for considering our project tonight. Can I share my screen? Is that possible?
Yeah.
Great. I've just culled out a number of drawings to make this a little quicker. So the project is for a secondary dwelling at 19 Bishop Rise in Dionis. Here's a locus for you. It's an unusual project in that my clients own 18 Greenleaf Road and 19 Bishop Rise. There's 4% lot coverage allowed, and 18 Greenleaf Road is maxed out. So they purchased this other piece of property to be able to build a small secondary dwelling on the Bishop Rise piece of property, which would then be connected by a footpath to their house. This would be for their children and grandchildren's use. So that's sort of the interesting, story about the actual lots. The neighborhood architecture is fairly eclectic. I'm sure you're familiar with it. Here are some images. The site itself, I'm not sure Bishop Rise is a public way. I treated it as such, but the house itself is.
It's a publicly traveled way, yes.
Public way, traveled way, great. So it's very difficult to see the actual site of where I've located this house, because as I mentioned, it's going to be tucked in the back corner so that it's accessible to the main house on 18 Greenleaf. This is the piece of property that we're building on. This is a Google Earth image showing you the property with Bishop's Rise, dead ending. And here is a Google Earth image with our 1,900 square foot cottage tucked in the corner. The topography created a bit of a challenge. There's kind of a hollow or bowl in the back of the lot, with the grade dropping off quite significantly. So we tucked this little cottage in the back corner, made it into an L, and kept it thin to keep our massing as low as possible. Here is a larger site plan. Here are just the setbacks and some square footage. The house at, excuse me, the house at 18 Greenleaf, here it is. It's a nice looking house, and we felt it appropriate to pick up on some cues of this residence for our little cottage. So we did that. And the other, before I show you the elevations, the interesting thing to note, we did this drawing showing you section cuts through the site to show you sort of this bowl and this topography drop, if you will. Here's the house itself, the proposed west elevation and east elevation. The second floor is put into the roofscape. We connected a ribbon of roof around the house to accent the horizontal, trying to keep everything down. Here is the proposed east elevation and north elevation. The materials we're proposing are red cedar shingles on the roof, white cedar sidewall shingles, cedar redwood trim, Marvin windows, painted Hamilton blue to match Hamilton blue trim, which is the closest color match to the existing house.
I like it though.
And
Hey, Chris,
yeah,
just because I'm sure that there's going to be a number of questions on this. You're saying that the existing house, the trim, not the sash, the trim is painted Hamilton blue?
well, I mean, it looks like it.
I think it's its darker cousin.
It's what?
Its darker cousin.
to Hamilton
Yeah, I mean,
Road.
that would never, that looks
like a
way
gray
more
one.
gray to me than Hamilton blue, but.
There were two slate colors on the approved historical colors. I forget the name of the other one. I think, we'd be happy with either one.
Your goal obviously is to match the existing house.
Yes,
Yeah, okay. Just to be clear. All right,
okay.
thanks.
Sure.
Anything else?
And just to wrap up, here are some sort of perspective colored renderings of it from the Greenleaf side. And then here it is with the topography sloping down in the southeast and east elevations. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
That's going down into the square. Okay, thank you, Chris. We'll put it to the board now. Who would like to begin?
I'll go.
All right, Stephen, go.
Okay, it's about 250 feet from the street. It's in a bowl. The street is about 7 feet higher. There are some kind of dramatic grade changes. However, I think that they've been addressed appropriately. The architecture, some of it is atypical. However, it's not atypical in the sense that it's not appropriate, and especially given its limited visibility and the existing dense vegetation, in my opinion.
So, sounds pretty favorable to me. Thank you, Stephen. Who's next?
I can go.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll ditto that. I think it was actually designed nicely around that little sinkhole. And also I can't open this whole thing, so.
I know.
What's
it's
too
like
heavy?
ginormous.
I have carpal tunnel from trying to
I was
open
just
it.
gonna say, yeah. No, it's a good looking house.
Okay, great. Thank you, Abby. Diane?
It fits in with the stuff that's up there. The only question I got, because I'm stupid, is on the, what elevation you say an elevation? Well, the elevation with the little deck up on the second floor. It looks like,
That's east, I think, Diane. I think if I'm reading that.
it looks, it's got shingled sides, I guess. I would rather, it disturbs me, not in the upper, this, when it goes straight across, when you see it straight across, it isn't bad, but when you see it where the two come together and make that corner, it's, I don't like it. I'd rather have, yeah, baluster, whatever you want to call it, all the way. No, just that little opening. It's disturbing. The rest of the house is quite peaceful and straight, and that is not.
Oh, I see. Oh, where the shingled wall terminates the railing?
Yeah,
Okay, would you like to see the railing just continue on?
Yeah, just
Yeah.
have the railing follow
Yeah,
up. that
that's
little,
absolutely fine. That's
little
absolutely
roof. Yeah.
fine.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's,
Is that it, Diane?
yeah.
Okay, Val. These are good.
I know the main house very well, and this fits in with it. It's just the color that's kind of funky on the renderings here, but it's gonna match, so it's fine. It's appropriate.
Okay. So I think that the motion, whoever wants to make it, would be to have not a parapet wall, but a full baluster rail on the second floor of the east elevation, and to ensure that the trim color matches the existing house.
That's a good one. I'll make that motion.
Okay, Diana's made that motion. On that motion, I mean, all in favor of Diane's motion?
Aye. Aye.
There we go. Stephen, you in favor? You're a no? Oh, really? Because of the railing? Yeah. Just curious. Okay. So 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Motion carries. Thank you.
thank you very much.
Now, Ray needs to leave the table, and Abby hopefully will chair.
Is this like working?
That worked.
Sorry, I have to pull it on to get these pages pulled it back
I
out.
know.
Don't they go with you on break?
No, I know, I didn't even talk to you. about
No,
it.
no, we just-
Well, it has a size limit, size limit.
And Jesse probably wants to mind.
What you got?
Yeah. I couldn't do.
Good for you. How was your 4th?
I like it.
Back down there.
But we don't know. Did you get that from Hawaii?
I almost did.
Oh my God, I would have eaten them all.
Wow, well. Yeah.
Are these little ones we should look at?
Well, potentially. There are options.
Oh, okay.
See what that is.
So this is the Auburn Cottage. You guys have previously approved the lifting of the building in the existing location and a partial demolition to the existing building. And then this is the proposed addition. The reason I passed out those site plans was to tell you that this site, and I think we explained this before, is a very complicated site because it not only falls within the Chapter 91 licensing jurisdiction, but it also has a Concom restriction on it. So I highlighted on those site plans, those 2 lines, and you'll see that the addition we're putting on, which can be no more than 10% of the existing area of the building due to Chapter 91, is also outside of both those jurisdictions. And that's what determined where the addition could go. And I can explain that a little bit more once you guys absorb it. So this was the original submission pre 8SAB comments. We have done 3 options, which you guys have the smaller pieces of that show some different options based on some 8SAB comments. And so I can let Holly read the 8SAB comments and we'll go from there. Oh, you know what? Let me can I show this one. I think that this was, but that's the building when it used to live on.
Oh, right. Oh, hence the shutters.
Yes, even if you want to. Because one of the things that we have requested, or one of the things we'd like to discuss, is you can see in that photo that the mansard part of the roof was actually painted shingles that were white. And then the top of the building was natural shingle. There's another picture here that I think is in the packet as well that shows the building that way as well. And so that's just a question of how to handle that. So this is the building white on the second floor. So rather than the whole roof being here, only the top section of the roof.
You painted it?
At some point it was painted. So there's just a debate on what's historic. Okay,
All set?
I think that's it.
Go ahead, Holly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as Lisa mentioned, this is Auburn Cottage, originally circa 1760, originally built down on 7 Cliff Road and moved by Dr. Ellen Wood Coleman in 1897. We've been moving houses for many years. You all issued a historic determination back in November of 2021. And I also wanted to mention that due to Chapter 91 requirements, MIPA has requested Massachusetts Historical Commission, our SHPO, State Historic Preservation Office, to also review. They have issued on May 31st a letter of basically concurrence, and their condition, first of all, they made the notion that there's no adverse effect on the historic resource, provided that the following condition is met, that the proponent receives a certificate of appropriateness for the Nantucket Historic District Commission. So it was very nice to see that. Also, just wanted to mention that this structure would need to meet, obviously, our Resilient Nantucket design guidelines. And on that note, just to remind the commission, June of last year, you all, it's been a year since you all approved those design guidelines, and we are the first in the nation, I've had this confirmed, to have our design guidelines meeting flooding and adaptation following the Secretary of Interior standards requirements and guidelines that just got adopted. So that's pretty cool. On that note, HSAB took a look at the proposal on June 13th. On the north, the windows should align vertically. East, center stoop on front door. Second floor balcony would be more appropriate if flared partial shingled wall were incorporated into the design. Shed dormers should be used to avoid interrupting contiguous line at the break between the two mansard sections. A little more detailing of the railings, such as post caps, would be appropriate. A comment to restore rather than replace the existing windows. And the lower mansard roof section should be left natural to weather rather than painted white. The entire mansard roof should read as a consistent architectural element. I will notate that obviously photographic evidence is very helpful making your determination on color. From staff's perspective, proposal was reviewed again by MHC, MEPA review. When looking at the lot from the harbor, this house is being moved to the left property line slightly. Right? No.
It's going right back to its original location. It's
Okay.
just getting lifted.
Okay, maybe that was a clarification on the
addition
site
is
plan.
going to the left.
Could you
That's
go-
the addition.
Okay, Esmeralda, would you mind going to the site plan? And maybe that's just me not. Because everything's going up. It looks like from that notation that it's moving over, but if that's not the case, then my
No, we
apologies for not.
We couldn't move it. The addition is going closer to that left property line, but the
Okay,
building
up there.
itself is staying.
Okay.
In its current
Come on.
location. The shed is being, that was.
The shed
approved
was,
to be
yep,
relocated.
yep. Oh, no, that's fine. I made a comment that the plan should accurately reflect, this is very important. So this is a historic resource, historic structure, and understanding that this commission has approved additions, or not, but approved revisions. It should be very clear that the plan should accurately reflect the existing conditions versus what is being proposed, instead of putting the, having the drawings as previously approved, if that makes any sense. Having the existing conditions reflect in those plans, I think, is very imperative. Appreciate obviously having the mansard roof and keeping that style, and getting away from the lovely gable end that's been there, and appreciate the photographic documentation that's been provided. And those are the comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly.
So based on HSAP's comments, we did do a couple of different alternatives, looking at dormer shapes, aligning windows, recentering the landing at the front door. I think they're labeled A, B, and C. And you could probably go to A, and then we could, because I think a majority of the changes take place on all three. It was just one.
I had the hardest time understanding the difference Madam Chair. I had the hardest time understanding the
Yeah, it's pretty subtle. So,
Okay.
is this one of those?
This is A.
That's A. Okay, so you can see that we've centered the window on the north elevation and below the dormer, even though I was questioning it because I think there were some existing windows that are not centered below dormers, but that's to us not a big deal. We also centered the entry deck over at the doors. If you go to the water side, we changed the dormers other than the one at the second floor deck to sheds. And we added shingled walls around the second floor deck, and we added post caps. And then I think the difference in B is only going to take place on the north, which is, I don't know what B was. Oh, B was keeping the gables all facing the water. So if you go to B, we just kept the gables facing the water so that everything that you saw from the north was a gable dormer. And then C, put a shed dormer over the French doors in the back, but it would have to be a very, very shallow sloping roof because the window heads in those existing gables are very low. They're 6'3", I think. So to get a code door, we would have to interrupt the eave line as shown.
Thanks, Lisa. It's like a game, like what's the difference between?
Yes.
It's pretty subtle. Does anybody feel inspired to comment? Yeah, please.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Lisa, could you just back in on the code door? Which door were you referring to?
On the second floor facing north.
Yeah.
The second floor deck door.
What's the height as proposed?
As proposed is 6'8", but the windows on either side are much lower.
Right.
So the gable works, but it does interrupt that eave line. The shed gets very difficult to work below the existing eave line, like the windows, because of
Hey,
windows.
come up here. What's your issue? You bed. Bed. No.
Must be. Must be.
Oh, I was scared.
She was yelling at me.
Wow.
Jeez.
Lisa, what did you do?
I don't know.
I'm talking to Tobias.
Good. Okay. Terry, you got that one under control. That's awesome. I think my biggest concern is, well, one, I wanted another point of information. Chapter 91, does this actually have a public access from these things?
It does.
And which structures are on?
Excuse me, Steve, is your microphone on?
No,
I
there was
can
too
bear-
much, there was a lot of barking going on, so I didn't want to.
I know there was. I'm sorry about that, but
No,
I
I'm
couldn't
teasing
hear
you.
you.
Okay.
Anyway,
It is
Go
on
ahead.
the east side.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And I think my biggest concern, well, really my only concern, well, first of all, with respect to the architecture, I think that the addition actually completes the structure as opposed to it looked like that one gable was an appendage that just really didn't fit. So I applaud that work, and it does it in a way that's proportional and appropriate. What seems inappropriate to me a little bit, given the kind of just the presence of the structure, is the front porch entryway with the posts, the size of the posts, due to the elevation height and the balustrade being the 4-inch on centers. I think that going back to a crossbuck and going back to a more substantial type of a porch system, I'm not going to design at the table. I don't think that's appropriate, but I do think that that could be changed. I'm not suggesting that all the rails need to be changed, but I think on the porch and the railings, both the north, the stair railings, the north and the east, it would be appropriate. I don't think it would be inappropriate. When I say change, I'm talking about crossbucks. I believe it would be appropriate to have crossbucks wherever you have railings. And I appreciate the fact that you've great examples on the south and the west elevation where you've got structural mullions between these windows as opposed to just mutton, a non-structural mullion, so they're ganged. Looks nice. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, could I just ask a question of the commission?
Yeah, go ahead, Lisa.
With the crossbucks, because of the code issue, you guys are okay with having plexiglass in there? I mean, yeah, you can't use a crossbuck rail by code.
I understand. Well, there's other ways to limit the opening width. I understand some people put plexiglass there.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. You don't have an issue with that?
No, I mean, there's no opening then there. And, you know, occasionally I drive by and they're not there anymore, which always surprises me, but what are you going to do?
I stuck with doesn't the historic picture show a more typical handmill? I don't remember that.
Yeah, it does.
That's got crossbucks on the side here.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, the more typical crossbucks for this style.
Did you have a viewpoint on the north elevation? The differences?
No, nothing to add to my prior comments other than the, just the entryway stair. And
Okay, Stephen, thanks. Let's see, Val or Diane? You still looking?
Yeah.
We're trying to figure out the subtle differences here.
It's all on the north, Val, so if you look at the new addition.
The north looks the same on all three, though.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
these two.
It's the north.
South, excuse me, I'm sorry, south, I misspoke, south.
Facing the water?
Facing the water. Option A has, is that A?
Yeah.
Option A takes the dormers on the left-hand section of the house and makes them sheds, like the other windows in the new addition. Option B has gables everywhere, so that everything from the water is a gable. And option C makes everything new a shed, but as I was explaining, it doesn't work over the French doors because the doors have to be taller than the window head currently is.
So on option A,
You want to go
on the
down?
south. Yeah,
Thank
option
you.
A on the south, you've changed those to sheds rather than,
Yeah, they were originally submitted as gables, and on option
Right.
A, we changed those to sheds.
the,
So the gables only remain in the main mass.
I like that.
Which option?
Well, I like the gables being on the old part, which sort of brings it forward. And the sheds are attractive anyway, so.
And the sheds do exist on the old part facing the road,
Yeah.
facing north.
Anyway, I sort of tend towards option A.
Val? I'm sorry, any more out of you?
No. South, Val's turn.
I agree with Diane. I think that shows a differentiation between the old and the new. And the other option that had the double larger gable, I think just competes with the door, so I agree with that option. Option A. I'm not sure about the railing. I mean, I like crossbucks. I don't know about plexiglass. That seems sort of like AZEX. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Val. I love the crossbuck idea. I think it goes with the architecture. And I do like the east option B where you don't have the dormers. I think it's very simple, but I understand where it relates more to the original front of the house. One of my concerns is the, you see it on the west and the east, are the sort of the posts that stick out under the porch. I wish that was trellised or something
Oh, we can do that.
to give that, so it doesn't have a negative.
Yep.
And I think I agree. I think it's been incorporated into the old building really nicely. But that we should be able to see distinctly which is the old structure and what you've added onto, like a darker line or something.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, can I see the options? I think I was otherwise occupied when those got passed out.
What does everybody think of the difference between, as it exists now, it's shingled, natural shingles on the roof, as opposed to the old, which was the painted white, except for the top part? You know, like the pictures?
And can I ask one thing, Jesse, are you sitting on this?
I am, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jesse.
I just wanted to get it.
I thought you were just waiting
How
for
far
me.
down?
No,
did
I'm
they
so
come?
sorry.
Right.
Could you add?
I think Steve is.
Oh, that's it.
Oh, you
do
can
you-
go ahead, Jess. I just got to.
Yeah, so I think the building is very handsome and it really is an improvement.
Yeah.
Overall, very, very nice improvement.
I think you're painting it
On the
white.
east elevation,
Fine.
what's the elevation change from from lifting it?
Oh, well, we went up, we got approval to lift it about 32 inches, but it's
32
still
inches.
not to code.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be at elevation 14, and we're going to 11. I mean, it just
Yeah,
would have
it's-
been ridiculous.
Is the to the left of the stairs there, is that just a panel or is that a garage door?
They're just panels.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, the only thing that the stairway is so tall just because of the height. I'm not sure, but maybe nice to put a his and hers there.
His and hers.
Like stairs on both sides. Of
Well,
the,
let me explain why we couldn't do that, because it exists now. It did not exist historically, but it exists now. The reason is because of the Chapter 91 license, your ground cover includes decks and steps. So in order for me to, and we're talking about an addition that's 170 square feet, including decks and steps. So if I could remove some of the decking or the steps, that gave me, 10 more square feet I could put onto the house. So that's why we didn't do the friendship stairs there.
friendship. That's what
Yeah.
his and hers.
But I think,
like that,
to Abby's point, if there were lattice or boarding under the stairs, that would actually, and I'm
Yeah,
sort of,
I mean, it's a really, really handsome design, and yeah, that's the only thing that kind of bothers me is the height of the stairs. But it's not, with bringing it up, there's really not much you can do about it.
Just what do you think of Val's question about the roof? Should it be painted white or go to wood?
I mean, my first inclination is wood, but if it's whitish historic, then I'm okay with that too.
I would go for wood.
Wood, what do you think, Stephen?
I'm wood, and when I get a chance, I'd like to make a couple more comments.
Yeah, me too. I want to
What's
add.
the
And
colors?
Val, what's your thought?
Well,
What's your thought on
the
it?
way we had submitted it, Val, was assuming the white on the steeper part, and then we had requested a gray for the windows and doors. I think if it goes all wood, I think the windows and doors would be white, kind of like it is now.
Okay. I like the roof. I prefer or think it's more appropriate, or it's what I'm used to, since I wasn't back then in this whatever time frame, the roof being shingled. And rather than the white, painted white,
okay.
clabbered or whatever it is, painted shingles.
Yeah, I also have a, what does the board think question, but Stephen, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, thanks. So under the porch, at least the extended porch, it just appears as a deck. Lisa, what are you looking at as materials? The same as what you're using as the curtain between the pier and curtains?
I think so.
Okay. What are you proposing? I didn't see it in the application for the piers. I know brick, but
Is it,
painted, natural, antique, Boston.
I think what we were talking about doing was either natural, or if it was to get painted, maybe to try to do something that was a little bit, I don't know, I don't want to say antique-y looking, but just a little bit.
More like a slight whitewash or something. Yeah, okay, yeah, I just wanted to get an idea of what you were looking at there. I think
Do you guys have a strong opinion, or do you think?
that's why I asked, is maybe we could get some feedback from the other members. While I'm on the floor, I'll say that I think that a slight whitewash, even slightly erratic, is fine. My last comment is, I think on your north and your east elevations, it can be articulated the easiest, is that railing. I think you need a center post. That's just going to help with the proportions and the sense of that entryway. And those are my comments. Thank you.
My additional, oops, I wanted to know what the board thought of, on the renovation, not on the historic part, of putting up shutters on either side of that, or that right-hand window,
Of the
because,
A window?
yeah, because that will give it balance and tie that new part into the old, but I wanted to know.
Oh, and it did, I think. Well,
Originally?
no, it's the one next to it.
So,
No, I don't have an issue with that.
what's the pleasure of the board?
Would
I
just
like option A,
With the dormers on
with
the,
the doors just on the old part, the
Yeah.
rest. And I don't know about the shingle, about the shutter on that window. I understand what you're saying about it. So maybe.
If you go to the north elevation, I don't know that they show up. Let's see if they show up on those. North. They're not on that
They're not on that.
elevation.
Okay, well then leave it off. That separates the
Yeah.
old house, which we're trying to
okay.
bring up. So that's what I would make a motion to approve. Option A, as we've talked about it.
So with this center post at the stairs to break up the length.
Right.
Slight whitewash or natural on the brick.
What
Trellis?
color, Lisa, is the boards on the base?
Well, I
Natural?
don't think they want to be natural, but maybe a gray?
Well, so if the bricks are going to be whitewashed, yeah. Can't really whitewash the boards, but I think it would be too much to be white. What does everybody think? Just natural to weather?
Yeah, it looks like it's got enough
Or-
wood there
or-
to
or
bring the
darker-
base, to bring the
Like a
foundation
cobblestone or
down.
some sort of gray.
Or a dark gray? And so let me just get this clear. The trim is white and the sash is gray?
No, it's gonna be all white if the roof is gonna go to natural, like the
So there's no gray?
there's no gray on the building anymore, other than, I was thinking that those boards would be, the panels would be painted gray. 'cause you wouldn't
In the
want them white.
foundation, the
Yeah.
vertical boards? Okay.
How about that?
If I may, Madam Chair, I think that the posts need to be whatever the color the fascia and the riser fascia is for the stairs, because otherwise it's going to look like that on the front of the house, that stair deck is, and the stair is just floating in space.
What
Yeah,
about?
you want it to blend in as much as possible.
Maybe it'd be easier if we had held it for revisions and all these little bits and pieces were done so we could see what it looked like. Would that be?
I think it's pretty close. It's
Yeah.
either,
All right, well then.
What was the historical colors that seemed like the trim and the?
I don't know, it to me looked like a Nantucket gray, not the historic Nantucket gray, not the one that people use here.
what about the whitewashed brick and like a light gray?
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Why are we whitewashing the brick?
Well, it's not whitewashing, just, I don't know.
softening the red.
Liming?
They're softening the red. What, I don't want to, I just, we're hoping to wrap this up, so maybe a suggestion is, Lisa, you're going to be using wood to infill under the east elevation of the front porch,
Yes,
and that will be a natural to weather,
well, I think it would be whatever would be used on between the piers.
and that will be the gray, or,
I was
This is a.
thinking gray.
okay, yeah, I would suggest that we would just approach this with traditional structure elements of the stair, and the stair color being the same, whether it's white or whatever it is, and then the infill of the pier that we have discussed, that I think Abby mentioned, would be the same color as the other infill, the other curtain.
Like a light gray?
Yeah.
What's the shutters?
And no shutters, was Diane had said, on that east
Just on the
elevation.
week, yeah, just on that.
On the east elevation.
And
But
the
what
elevation.
color?
What color,
Oh, what color? I'm sorry, I thought you said what shutter.
these are what color are the shutters?
Let's say Nantucket gray.
Okay.
Okay,
A light Nantucket.
The lighter Nantucket gray, the
Okay.
historic.
so that would be my motion, including shutters being painted a light gray and the foundation being a light Nantucket gray.
Okay, and trellis under the far east side and breaking up the staircase going up the front.
Right.
Is there anything else?
No, I think-
Natural weather, roof, okay. And it's option A.
I
Do you have that?
glanced Through the other ones. I have one
Terry,
here.
do you have that motion?
Can I read back what I got? Because I
Yeah,
think I might have
please.
missed something. There's so much discussion. I have a motion to approve option A through staff with a center post under the east elevation stairs and bricks painted light Nantucket gray.
Sorry, Terry, that's gonna be.
And
like-
shutters to be light gray.
Right, but the posts of brick are going to be limed. They're not going to be painted.
To be lime?
Lime, it's lime, it's like a light whitewash just to soften. the
Okay.
brick.
And the center post of the stair is just the center post at the stairs. It's not up just below it. It's the whole thing.
Yeah, it's adding another newel
Right.
post on the
Yeah.
handrail.
So that's the,
Can I
Okay,
suggest,
so
can we
the
just do it
center
in exhibit?
post
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have a
That's a good
clean
idea.
set because I've been making.
Or the stairs.
doodles, but
I can do that on one of those.
Yeah,
do we have a clean option A?
Terry, we're gonna do an exhibit A.
There.
Okay, that also helps.
Here.
XHIBIDA.
You want me to do it?
Yeah, you do it.
Then I-
so I made the motion.
Yeah, that's Diane's motion. All in favor of Diane's motion? Per exhibit A.
Aye.
Any opposed? No, okay, you're all set, Lisa.
Okay, thanks, everyone. Let's see. 44 Monomoy. Somebody a rep?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant requests to hold it till next Tuesday.
Tuesday.
I'm being,
Okay, can I have a motion on that?
I'm being assaulted by a bad.
Motion to hold till Tuesday.
All right. Regular board, all those in favor of Abby's motion, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Now we're moving into old business of June 14th. First item of which is going to be chaired by the glamorous Abby Camp. I gotta take another break. Let's go.
Oh,
Madam Chair, the applicant requests to hold till Thursday.
oh, very good.
Oh,
Can I just make one little quick statement?
There you go.
No, not if you held it.
wait, are you holding it or no, Joe?
No, just, so I have some information that I didn't have available, so I didn't know if you guys wanted to review it. But basically, the drawings show everything that the photo document showed. That 50% of the windows have been replaced in the old mass. All additive massings on the existing structure have been renewed. The roof has been replaced because of rot. It's just been a lot of damage to the building. So I just gave Esmeralda the photos. So I didn't know if you guys want to hold it or open it up.
Well, I think it's a very important structure, so we should know all about it.
So can we hold till Thursday of that request?
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
I just wanted to mention that, I mean, first of all, thank you, Joe, for that, because I had questions on information that's being, guiding what's being proposed to be demolished. This is a contributing structure. It is important. And having proper information is helpful. The only thing I would say from staff's perspective of having this moved till Thursday is it doesn't give HSAB the benefit of reviewing the additional information.
They
That's
wanted it back, so maybe we should
Yes,
hold
ma'am.
it till following, Tuesday, which would give us have time to review it. It's an important building. And it would be a good thing.
Okay.
And that's why I asked which direction you guys want to go. So
So what are we, we're going,
That's my motion,
you want to hold it
until Tuesday,
until
and
Tuesday?
it be returned before 2 SM.
Okay, all in favor of Diane's motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Stephen, are you in favor of Diane's motion?
I am.
Okay, I am as well.
There you go. Okay, thanks, Abby. Okay, next up, 20 Bartlett Farm. Myself, Abby, Diane, Carrie, Stephen. All of us are here. Okay.
Anything?
So this is actually,
The one we just did. I think it was.
They're organic.
I'd say do
they're
something.
fabulous, this thing.
Hey, Ray?
Yes. It's a rock, you said.
It's a potato.
Okay,
Holly, you should have. the-
so Lindsay,
These are good.
where are we on this?
So I
Hold
think
back.
there was a couple of things that the board requested. One was that we not, just scroll back up
I,
there.
somewhere.
Where we have that big box to the top right.
Yeah.
You'll see where we were originally gonna clear that out. And mindset of not clearing that out and bringing it in. We did that. There was two parties. One was thinking that we should rotate and run the patio, run the pool along the property line at an angle. And then I think some people were just more concerned about the clearing. So one thing we did to make it feel less like it was closer to the road was we originally had a patio where that other box is at the end of the pool.
Oh, yeah.
And we removed that patio from that end, so that way the pool area is not extending, too far in as it was before. Thought that might be a
You
way
took
to-
the patio from the front of the house and put it in the back.
Exactly, yep. We just feel like with that, leaving that screening off in the corner, we're still gonna supplement along the roadside, we're adding a hedge on the inside of our head, on the side of the screening. Moving the patio to the backside, we feel like visibility will be very limited. I mean, the house is gonna hide it.
Okay, Lindsay, thank you. Who wants to start?
It's because one's big and one's little. I'll go.
Thank you.
Lindsay, I'm sorry, but I'm blowing this up and I'm not seeing much of a change other than that. Actually,
On the left-hand side of the page, you'll see what the previous
oh,
was.
these are two previous. Sorry, my apology.
Yeah, yes, he's filling that whole area. And he's moving the patio from there.
Gotcha. Okay, I was zooming in on the two previous. The pool still has not moved, correct?
The pool's in the same place, we just moved the patio from the roadside to the backside,
And we beefed up the berm.
and we beefed up the bar, and we didn't, we're doing less clear.
Thank you.
Anything?
That's it.
Oh, okay. That was Stephen. Abby, you ready?
Yes, I'm in favor of it, just as long as it doesn't show like that other one down the street. You can look, you can look through the privet and see it. So I like the double vegetation and moving the patio to the back.
Very good. Thank you, Abby. Diane?
I guess it's the only place it can be. There's no place back further unless you have a triangular pool.
Yeah. Right. Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay. Carrie?
I'm good with this.
I think we might be able to make a motion on this.
Motion to approve is submitted, subject to no visibility at the time of inspection and thereafter.
Thank you, Stephen. All those in favor of Stephen's motion, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, you're approved. There you go. Okay, Joe again. Bishop Rise.
I thought we
Myself, Diane, Val, Stephen, Carrie.
I love it.
So the request was from the board was to lower the additive massing bridges by a foot.
Oh, yeah.
So I did that, but the other thing I did is I took out about 250 square foot of the footprint. So that made the additive massing narrower by a foot, and then the overall length, I reduced that by 3 feet. So hopefully that works for your pleasure.
So the length was reduced by what amount?
3 feet.
3.
And then both additive massing wings, I made
Yes,
them
I
narrow
see that.
by.
Yep, okay.
So that's the way it brought it down, and I didn't have to change the window height, still working. So.
Okay, very good. Thanks, Joe. Ready, anybody?
I'll go, but I
Thanks,
just
Joe.
have to find something earlier.
Is it
Okay,
cattywampus?
so I appreciate the changes, Joe, very much, but looking at HDC 3.1, your 3D of the site with the 2 buildings, it still seems to me almost the same size as the original house.
That,
And I noticed that one section
that's the old
is
picture.
cathedral.
Yep.
That could drop down and not hurt you.
When I did that earlier, it was unbalanced. I didn't really like the way that laid out. But that's an older picture now, so I apologize looking at that now. I don't think my draftsman updated the image.
That's why it doesn't appear to have
Yeah,
changed very
but the
much.
drawings are correct.
Mr. Topham, that's a drafts person.
It is a male that I'm referring to, sorry.
I'm totally teasing you.
Are you still deliberating, Val?
No, it's just the overall size of it, I think, is large for a second dwelling right smack next to the house, but that's just me.
Okay. But that was it.
Yeah.
All right. Who's next? Diane, you want to go?
Is it able to come down a little, Joe?
More than it has now.
How tall is it now?
It's, I think we're at 23.9. Well, it
Okay.
depends on the grade. But the other part of this is you have to go down a private way to get to this property. And there's
Right.
only this slot and the butter that can go down this way, and that is roughly 350 feet. So it won't be seen.
Okay, well, I appreciate sitting and the changes. If it's at 23, that's legal. So,
Good. Diane?
thank you.
Okay, thanks. Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Joe, I appreciate that changes the fenestration. I think that helps to offset that perception, especially on the east, of the gable being oversized. I think historically, the smaller windows are probably more appropriate, but I think that this is totally acceptable. And the fact that it's basically in a hall and it is screened and not directly visible, despite it being
25 feet.
a relatively, excuse me, Miss Oliver, in addition to being generally appropriate, it's all good.
Thank you, Stephen. Carrie?
I appreciate that he, did what we asked him to do. It's still big, but the house seems very large as well, so I'm okay with this.
All right. I think we have a go here.
Motion approved is submitted.
All right, thank you, Stephen. All those in favor of Stephen's motion to approve as submitted, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Me.
You're opposed.
Thank you.
Motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed, right? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Okay, I'm disappearing again for a little while. Abby, to you.
And it was 25, not 23.
Garage?
Bring back a
You said
vacuum.
23.
Yeah, well, on the plan it says 25.
You need a vacuum?
What are we on?
Oh, that's a good idea.
31 Low Beach Road.
Yeah, we're on Low Beach. This was a project that was before you. What was the date of the last? I can't remember, but anyway, there was some minor revisions requested. It was from June 7th. So I had presented a plan that showed not enclosing the entire front, which the board likes. You can see that on this sheet on the far upper right. So the door remains on a porch. That allowed us to put the 4-light windows back on that side elevation, which was a historic treatment. And then the only other, I think the other change that was requested was to reverse the stairs to the basement, which we also did.
You need to speak up just a little tiny bit.
Oh, sorry, Diane. So if you go to the south elevation, we had looked at enclosing, I previously requested to enclose the entire front porch, but brought a sketch with me, and everybody liked the sketch where the front door remained in a porch. And Esmeralda, if you kind of scroll to the right, maybe a little bit. There you go, a little bit more. Perfect, thank you. So you can see down below, that's what we had originally submitted, which was filling that entire wall in. And now we've only filled in an area of that and made it look like a porch. That allowed us to keep the 4-light windows that are on the east elevation detailed more similarly to what exists today. And then there were no changes on the north, and on the west, we reversed the basement stairs. Which had been
You're calling what you're calling south elevation, that's not east facing the ocean?
I think it might be southeast. Sorry, that is facing the ocean.
Okay.
That is facing the ocean. The building is moving, but not changing its orientation. So you're right, if our cardinal points are off, I apologize.
Holly? Thank you, Madam Chair. So for the record, based on our HDC survey on file from our 1989 effort, this structure is a Victorian eclectic, dated circa 1938. However, for the record, you all heard information I received from MPT saying that this may be between 1895 and 1912, attributed to Charles F. Coffin. Sconset actually took a look at the changes on June 27th. They said no concerns, very nice changes. I just wanted to make a couple of notations from staff. At the last meeting, it was said that the reason for the move was to get the structure out of the setbacks required by zoning. Just want to notate that historic structures predate the 1972 zoning and they're grandfathered. So, but clearly the existing rear portion that's proposed to be removed is within the setback. So understanding the reason for its relocation. However, on the site plan, can you go to the site plan for a second? And this might just be me, but it shows it shows the proposed versus the existing, like you have the outline of the existing. I think that needs to somehow clarify that there's portions of not only is the structure being relocated to within the setbacks, but there's also portions of the existing historic structure that's being removed, specifically the rear. So I think that the site plan needs to reflect that. And I also do believe that the plans must be clear of the existing historic structure versus the proposal with what is being proposed for demo versus new. And that is for an example, if you look at the east, sorry, I keep on having you hopping all over the place. On the east elevation versus the proposed, is a good example. So you can see down, which I appreciate that, you get the existing conditions down the bottom, but there, and you show the evolution to how we got here through the different reviews, but there should be a clear determination on the existing conditions of the historic structure that's being removed on their proposed overall. Please let me know if I'm not being clear on that.
So bubbling that lean-to sort of structure, just saying
Yes.
to be removed. That's
Yes.
not a problem.
Yes. So that way there's very clear on existing conditions of the historic structure to what is actually being proposed. Obviously, should the commission be so inclined. And overall, I do appreciate that this proposal versus the original. I know it was a previous owner, but this keeps it within the historic context, the street setting, more appropriate. I am sad to see that existing large porch with this eclectic structure being removed, but this proposal is better than the previous. So those are my comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Anybody feel the urge to go?
Could I ask Lisa a question?
Yes,
Just because I left my book at home, which has all my notes in. Lisa, why do we have on all four sides? And it doesn't seem to be just on the old stuff. Why do we have 12/2 windows?
Well, because those exist.
They do.
Yes.
But
then
why do they exist? What?
They're old. They're original windows.
Yeah, so they have been on the house since its construction. That's what I
would think so. Yeah, they seem to be of the right era.
But then
but the existing
the dormer
yeah,
on the second floor has
2/2s.
2/2s.
Yep.
So they're a mixture of the 12/2s and 2/2s. It seems sort of.
I think if you look at the existing conditions of facing the road, I don't know if I should call it south or east, those living room windows are also 2/2s. So there's a mixture of window types on the building as it currently exists.
Yeah, I can understand. It
So
just
we're
seemed
keeping with
like a
that.
lot, you know.
Well, I think the nice thing about it, particularly for me with the front porch, is it shows an evolution of when things take place on a building as opposed to.
Right, I like the front porch the way you're doing it now, making it look like it is a glassed-in porch
Yeah.
rather than the separate windows.
Right.
So thank you. I just wanted to understand that.
Yeah, okay, no problem.
Thank you, Diane.
Madam Chair, just for the record, I just wanted to Diane's point, the HDC survey that's on file does indicate the 16/2s, 8/1s, and picture windows on the file.
They're there.
Yep.
Been there for some time.
Okay, who would like to go next?
I'll go.
Okay, Stephen, thank you.
Let's see. So just the 16/2s and the 12/2s obviously exist, and I just think they're wonderful windows. It's kind of refreshing to see them. And I get Diane's point, but I agree with Lisa's comment that it seems to tell an evolution of like the dormers were added later, the 2/2, more of a farmhouse style were added. I think on the merits of what's proposed on the east elevation and the south elevation and the west, the porch, I think it would be more typical for that. I appreciate what's been proposed. I think a minor detail would change the effect, and that is on the south elevation and on the other two is to add a skirt board where the sill is under, it doesn't have to be large, underneath the windows, which would be typical of an open porch. You've got your sill, and then on the outside, you've got a small skirt that spans.
Oh, yeah, you mean like the skirt board on the deck?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, a
And
water table, whatever.
not nearly that large, but it definitely creates a slightly different look and a more historic appeal. Other than that, I think this is great. I would like to say, I think that this is something we should consider, and I'm just going to mention it because I wanted to mention it on the last structure you proposed. And these structures that are contributing structures, I just made a note here. I believe that we should consider issuing a letter for the file that states that it's the opinion of the commission that the proposed does not degrade the contributing nature of this structure. I think it's important for us to acknowledge that aspect of what's been proposed, you know, if it's approved for the file for future historic reference and the new survey. So I just wanted to mention it. It's appropriate to this one, and I think it's something we might want to consider going forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Stephen. Val?
I'm good. I'm good with this. I think she did what we asked, and it looks good.
Carrie, are you on this?
I'm not historically.
Yeah, it's
Oh, that's right. It's established.
I think Carrie sat on it when it was the previous owners.
Mr. Demetra.
I did.
My apologies.
No worries. You want me to go and then you can?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
I just had one, I think you've done a great job and I love the new front sun porch. I hope we can use the word love, just say there. I was wondering
Tell us what to do.
about the, the entrance going up to the porch, if those couldn't be more than a sort of a column that says, here's the porch. It just sort of ends at the end of the window and then drops down, but it's just a thought.
I'm not sure what you mean. I'm sorry.
Okay, so, can we, on the, your south elevation, right here?
Yeah.
See how that, I would think those would be like two columns somehow.
Well, yeah, the reason I did that was because I think when I looked at some existing pictures,
Mhm.
maybe from the side, the column didn't go beyond the wall.
Okay, it was just a thought.
That's the reason I did it.
Okay.
If you wanted to show those columns, I
Mhm.
just felt like it looked more authentic to have the shingled wall and the post sitting on top of it. It looked like a post that was filled in, but I will do either.
On the side. Jesse, anytime you're ready.
Yeah, I think the improvements that you did from the previous submission are very nice. I love the open rafter tails. I love the porch feel. Is it just concrete foundation?
Yeah.
And west elevation, I don't think we'll see that, right?
Were there exterior stairs?
Yeah.
I mean, you'll see it at an angle.
I'm just, and maybe it's just my eyes, but the two probably kitchen windows or on the taller windows, it looks like there's no upper trim there. But is that just
On the west?
Yeah?
There's a soffit, I believe.
Those are in the stair.
Got it.
The second floor windows where the arrow is pointing to now on the screen, Jesse?
Yeah,
Yeah,
those.
those exist.
Oh, okay.
They're in
Sorry.
the stairway.
Yeah, it's a nice design. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve through staff with the skirt added to the east, south, and west of the front porch
Excellent.
under the
That's it.
sill.
Thank you. All in favor of Stephen's motion?
Aye.
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 Thank you. Jesse's an aye.
Yes, aye. Yes.
Okay. No nays.
Where's our chairman?
He's falling asleep.
I'm not sharing.
I chair the next one. It's, Camp Coombs, Oliver, Thornwell.
Where's Wa,
Camp Coombs.
where's Wampus? Hmm?
Satcham's Path.
Oh. Oh, it's one of those little
Tobias is
streets.
gonna tell us where. Do you like the verbiage?
Sure.
Yeah. Nothing from Holly?
No. No, Tobias is presenting.
Well, good evening, everyone. Tobias Glidden, representing 15 Wampusett Circle. This project has been here twice before you. We rearranged some panels on the side of the roof. At our last meeting, there was some discussion about painting the roof black. The board seemed to be in favor of that, and so we got the client to agree to that as well. And we're here this evening asking for your approval. We did pull some specs of a paint that has some texture to it. And we also have the approval of the neighborhood association. So that's really cool. These are all electric buildings, and it would really help this homeowner afford to stay in this home. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Tobias.
I'll go.
Okay, thanks, Val.
Thanks for looking this up. This might be a game changer for a lot of people, so you're our experiment.
I'll take that as a compliment.
It is. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Is that all, Miss Oliver?
And it's the whole roof, right? Not just half the roof where the panels are.
Well, at our last meeting, there was discussion about just painting this side of the roof.
So one
seemed,
side.
and that seemed to be something the board wanted. So if the board changes their mind, they'll have to let me know, because you see more of the other roofs from the other side, but.
And it's like a light gray.
Yeah, I think that the whole thing has to be painted.
Well, it's just an angle you're seeing it from. Yeah,
Oh.
there.
Go ahead, Carrie, you go.
Oh, I totally appreciate the fact that you guys are willing to paint the roof, but I mean, it can't be half and half.
You want
That's
the
just
whole
too
thing?
wonky. Yeah, the whole roof should be the same, and
Just go.
even the porch roof. It seems to me that having two-tone roof would be very strange.
No.
Okay, Diane, you spoke. You can continue.
I just wondered, so I thought we wanted the roof to be evenly filled in.
Yes, at our first meeting, we rearranged the panels to get them as evenly filled in with the panel layout we have. Just based on the dimensions of the panel, we can't fill it in anymore.
Can't they come down to the edge of the eave and not start up at the
so
height of the dormer?
Yeah, within the code. Well, in this layout on this dormer, these panels will come up and come very close to meeting this other set of panels. We'll
Yeah,
obviously
I wasn't concerned about the dormers there so much as concerned on the both sides. It looks to me like you could put in two more panels, one on either side of the dormer.
Yeah, we'd be coming over the roof in that case. And we've been advised by the building department that that's inappropriate for structural purposes.
Let's see, who else is on this?
I'd love to fill it in
Coombs,
more than this.
Camp, Oliver,
And if we're up there and
So,
we find some more space.
Hold on, Tobias, because I think it's my turn. I would rather see a design on this gray roof than have just one roof painted black and, I understand. I don't know, you've obviously given it some thought to the design of how it would, because what we did in some other cases, we just took them off the front that was closest to the road and put everything to the back. And I think because it's an oblique angle, it might be a good solution, but those are my thoughts. So what would we like to do with this?
It's gonna, tell me again, on these panels that are here and here, what is the building department saying why you can't come down one more panel?
Well, if we can, we'll definitely slot it in there, but according to code, the panels are not supposed to pass the edge of the roof, and that's because for...
They're not passing the edge of the roof, looks to me like they would fit right in.
Well, in this drawing, but he might be,
If I can
the
fit,
actual-
if I can guarantee if we can fit one more in there when we're doing the project, we definitely will.
Because then it would make more sense, because it's already canted by moving it over to an extent.
So one more on the bottom there?
One more each side, see what? Come over here.
Yeah, no, I understand, Mrs. King.
Right here and here.
Is that, do you want to see if that works before we?
Well, I don't know how anybody else feels about it. Maybe they don't think
Well,
it's necessary. It's
okay,
just that
so that's true.
I do.
Well, if you would like to write a letter to the building department and say that so much, I'm happy to add in more panels,
So you're saying that, because when we look at the drawing, it looks like you can add 2 more to the bottom,
But
but
I
you're
think-
saying in actuality, it may not work.
Yes. That's what I'm saying. That's correct.
Well, if it can't, don't do it. But if it can, I would.
Well,
I don't know.
I can definitely add them in if that's your motion, approval.
Can you
with-
find out by Thursday if it's possible?
Yeah, if you want to move us up to the front of the stack, I'd be happy to come back by
Okay,
Thursday.
let's do, I think that's the best thing to do, and find out if it actually can be done, because I think you'd get more of a.
Great.
So can somebody make that motion?
I'll make that motion
Okay,
to have, bring it represented on Thursday with that question. Wait a minute.
go ahead, Val. Hold on.
Val's got a question.
Aside from the amount of panels, what about the roof color?
I think both sides of the roof should be black.
Great. I'll get that in. I'll ask the client about that and get right back to you.
Okay. What do you think, Carrie?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, so is that your motion, Diane?
That's my motion.
Okay, we'll come back with more information on Thursday.
Thanks.
Thank you. And if you could move us to the top, that'd be great.
Okay, all in favor of Diane's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Carrie, no?
No.
Okay, we are done.
All righty, so now what are we at? 21 Pleasant Street.
Oh, okay. Okay, it's Tori.
Good evening, everybody.
Hello.
Hello.
All right, here's 2 different things here.
Again? I don't know, she seems
Not
something.
enough space with these.
Just share it. Push it over here.
You've
Molly,
been
do you have anything that to start with? Oh, Tori?
Okay, yeah, I'm here. You guys ready for me?
Ready.
Okay.
Push it over
So
here.
let's go to the elevations, I think, so we can talk specifically about changes we've made since your last review. As you can see on the south elevation, which was a concern for quite a few of you and HSAB, we've gone from the 5 windows in the basement back to 3 that are not in the exact same location as the existing, but less in quantity. We have removed we had 2 sets of French double doors underneath that deck. That's the south on the top left, right? I can't see it.
Yeah.
So,
Yes, we've removed one of the 2
double French doors, and I think he put a 9-light door. Right there on the left, underneath the deck, or is that a window? Thank you.
It's a window.
It's a window. Okay, so he replaced that second set of French doors with a window. We have corrected the drawings on the east elevation. I believe the steps were missing from the last set of plans that were submitted to clean that up. You will see that the eave height that we talked about on the second floor addition has not lowered, but we do feel that the ridge height is subservient to the main mass, and we hope that we can compromise and communicate on that successfully with you. Do you want to go to the other two elevations? I can just double check. So it was the stairs that were corrected to represent no change in grade on the north side, right?
Yeah,
The top left is the north.
the top left is the north.
North.
And that's a Candle House Lane, what's it called?
Yes, I think so, yeah. That's exactly right. And with that, I will defer to you. I will just remind you that as far as driveway and landscape and any of that, we are coming in with a comprehensive plan, working with the neighboring lot to really successfully speak to engineers and come up with a successful solution that works for everybody around.
Okay, good. Very good. Thanks,
Thank you.
Tori. Anybody had time to digest?
I will. I got
go.
H-sub.
Oh, right, H-sub.
Oh,
Okay, so thank you, Madam Chair. So again, for the record, this is an individually significant floor square. HTC survey indicates built between 1923 and 1949. HSAB took a look at the revisions on June 27th. The front shingled railing should remain. The side porch brackets should change to vertical posts. The left bracket may actually interfere with the head height for the stairs. It would be preferable to have the back stair in a less visible location. From staff's perspective, I agree with HSAB's comments, and thank you for mentioning about a comprehensive hardscaping, and because I do think the placement of the driveway is very, very important, especially how you all have already previously approved one. I just want to mention that it is shame to lose the typical additive massing on this structure. Typically, these four squares would have a one-story element that's traditional to this style and consistent with building with Nantucket in mind, even although building with Nantucket in mind was not made for this type of architecture. Nonetheless, it is consistent with that. I do appreciate, obviously, the no change in grade, as I know the commission probably as well. Those are the comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Val?
So I mullened back in on this, but I also went back to all the meetings minutes that we had and the notes that I had taken, and the one thing, it addresses what Holly just said about no additive massing, and I have mentioned it in 2 meetings, and Diane mentioned it in the last meeting from what I watched, that the second mass should drop down slightly, not to a 1-story, but so that the eave lines are not even, so that it looks more additive, and that is a consistent comment that we asked for all along. And I appreciate the making the drawings more straightforward so that we understand what's happening here, and that's all I have.
Thank you, Val. Oliver Welsh,
Let's see. Yeah, what's up, Camp?
would you like to go next?
Sure. 1 second.
There's only 4, Abby.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with Val's comments. The only exception is the grade. I think on the sheet existing, we need to strike the dimensions and reference in our motion that the grade will revert to pre-existing as of 2019 Google Maps.
On the site plan, Steve, is that what you mean?
Well, the elevations, because what's exists out there, I believe the survey is based upon existing conditions, and existing conditions were not what existed prior to the fill that occurred. And I think that it's an important aspect of this is where the trees are,
Yep.
that this revert to the prior existing, not the current existing, as opposed to
So that's
what's
what you're saying, we
proposed.
go back
Yeah,
to before they dump the dirt.
and eliminate the elevation marks on this, so it's not construed to be part of the approval.
That's
Just
a
for
good idea.
clarification, if I may, Madam Chair, to you, Stephen, the numbers on the survey are prior to any fill, and the numbers on the elevations were taken right off the survey, from what I have
Right, so I did.
coordinated, but I agree with exactly what you're saying, I understand.
Okay, and the basis of that comment is, we were looking at this many times, and we were talking about grading, and if you go through Google, you can actually see the number of concrete blocks, concrete modular units, which are 7 5/8 tall with a 3-inch, or 7 3/8 with a 5-inch mortar joint. So they're 8 inches tall, and if you count them out, it's taller than what is shown here on the drawing.
Okay,
Which
yep, we've
leads
spoken
me to
about that before.
believe that what is shown here and the survey were based upon existing conditions currently as opposed to existing conditions previously. So I just don't want to have a problem with that in the future. Other than that comment, which I would like to address in a motion, I have no concerns.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. So Tori, it's coming up Candle House Lane and looking at the back of this house. I think the back porch and the stairs going up, I wish they sort of were more a part of the architecture somehow,
Could you,
because
are you
right now.
scrolling? Esme? I just wanted to scroll to where you're talking about.
It's west elevation.
Yep, got it.
And it goes right by one of your windows, and it almost looks like something you might see in the city. So those posts are just, I'd like to see that dealt with too.
I'm
Either
sure we'd be happy with lattice or anything you might propose in
Yeah,
that
something
respect.
to sort of tie that into the rest of the design.
I'd like to speak.
Okay.
This
Yes,
is right here, right?
right.
It's just not showing.
Sorry, Diana.
I don't know, but I have asked a couple of times to have the addition drop down, so it is not on a straight line with the other, to drop it down, and it still hasn't been dropped down. It's still straight on. I would like to see it done. We have to make some difference. It's a 2-story house, and it never was, and it's a farmhouse of an era, and they didn't have so many 2-story houses. So I would like to see that done. It's not the first time that we've asked for it. And also what would be handy would be to have the elevation heights and lengths on the drawing, so we don't have to ask or find it. It should really be incorporated in the drawings. So I would like to see that done. I would also like to know who owns the land where the extra dirt has been dropped. Is it part of this?
I believe it's contained on this lot, yes, ma'am.
Well, I would
Through you,
like,
Chair.
I think the dirt should be removed in some way because it covers and will kill the trees, which breaks up their yard.
Yeah, just to be clear, only the holly tree is on this property. The others are not, but
The
I
birch,
understand what
the
you're
two-
saying.
I think the other two are birch, right?
I believe so, and that's why we're working on a comprehensive plan to remediate that entire situation with both lots.
Okay, well, let's see if we can find out who owns the other. So
It's been
because-
before you, I don't know the owner's name, but it's been, TJ's been
It's
representing it.
TJ's doing it.
Yes.
And it needs, It has a big repainting situation.
Tori, when are we going to see the landscape and where the driveway is?
They've been working on it for a while. Obviously, everyone's just catching their breath from like the end of the spring, beginning of the summer season. I don't have an exact date. I would say it's within the next submission date or so.
I think it might be a good idea to see them together, to see how you're going to incorporate that into the design. I
So-
think it will help you verify your design.
If I may, ma'am, one of the reasons that we made the changes we did and took some HSAB, considerations and suggestions into consideration in these elevation changes is that we're on month 9.5, almost 10 months before you with just the changes on the home. And so we really wanted to separate the conversation and we have a big conversation with the lot next door with two different people that don't know each other. And so it's gonna take quite a bit of communication with both owners to come up with that plan. We
Is
do,
that
as
what
Holly
two
has
co-
mentioned a couple times, have an HDC approved driveway that Edgewater got approved, which is just a straight, just like it is right now, almost straight shot in with, I believe, a cobblestone apron. Very simple, straightforward, and that is already approved. And it would not interfere with the way the stairs are designed on the north elevation. So if we could move forward with the house, you know, we really feel like we have worked hard to accommodate your guys' concerns and are looking to move forward with.
Madam Chair, may I
yes.
ask a question?
Yeah.
Through you to Tori. Previous, and for the record, it's been since January, but I get you. I understand 100%.
I submitted it in November though.
Well, anyway, through this
And we're
entire.
suffering through all of these too.
I know.
Through this entire review process, multiple times I've been asking about a window survey. And I think that was something that you were forthcoming with, and I don't think
Yeah,
we've
and
seen it.
And it's not, you haven't not seen it. Okay, I can bring it to the office, no problem.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so what would we like to do?
I'd like to make a motion and see if it floats.
Okay.
I think it's going to address the concerns. As a matter of presentation of the north facade, then the grade shall revert and be maintained at its pre-2019 level, and the north elevation grade dimensions shall be revised to reflect that. That's the motion. Just make a comment on the motion. I will volunteer through as like a, in the office to take a look at those heights with the applicant and then have them recorded on the drawings, if you guys are good with that.
Okay, so it's just.
What about making them drop the addition down so it's not on a straight line with the old eave?
I wasn't sure if we came to a full resolution as a group on that.
No, it's just that I'd mentioned it every
And I
time.
have too.
Did you have a dimension of dropping it in mind?
No, I'm not designing it for them. I want them to show what they can do.
Okay, so you would
And I was
prefer to hold
concerned
it?
about the back
I'd
of the.
rather not, but it should drop down. We've asked for that consistently.
Right, so all I'm wondering is, do we want it to drop below the roof line, to drop below the fascia or the middle of the fascia? You want it at the soffit height, so above the fascia board?
Just so that there's a break in that line.
Well, can you give me a dimension, because then I can put it in the motion?
6 to 8 inches.
6 to 8 inches. Does that work for you, Diane?
Yeah,
You think that's
that's
appropriate?
all right, but as I say, it's their design. They should be able to figure it out without me telling them how much to drop it. If it comes out at 9, it might be better looking. So that's why I was just saying for it to break, but whatever we can put in would be good. Maybe they'll do it this time.
So
I'd like it to come back and see it.
Okay, then I'll just retract the motion.
Also, Tori, I wanted you to address that west elevation and the.
Yeah,
I was gonna remind Stephen
I was gonna, add
Yeah.
that
Okay.
part. Okay,
So
retracted.
So
We'll put
could
it
you-
together
could you do
again.
The hold for minor revisions to architecture.
So moved.
Okay, on that motion, Diane.
Aye.
Val. Val. Stephen, on your motion?
Right there.
Aye.
Is there a
I'm
chance that
actually
it
no.
could come back like Thursday or Monday or next
I'm
Tuesday?
an aye.
Yeah.
Can she,
Madam
if she
Chair,
makes-
before you leave, is there a chance we could come back next Tuesday or this Thursday? So,
Yes.
because we're so
yeah,
close.
if you can do those things.
Yeah.
See why not?
Does that need to be part of the motion or well?
That is part of the motion, for sure.
Appreciate it.
Thank you,
For
Tori.
sure.
Was that for
Okay.
Tuesday?
Tuesday. No, Thursday.
No, Tuesday. Holly asked for
Tuesday, please.
Oh, Tuesday.
That would be- She just needs to give her the photos from her.
Oh.
Okay. Thanks, Abby. Quite a run. Okay, 4 raised. Do we have somebody from Design Associates on?
We do.
Don't see yet. We still have raised court up. Wait a minute. What am I talking about? No,
It's your
Sorry,
court.
sorry, yeah.
Aren't you, Ray?
I know.
It's your court, right?
Sorry, I've forgotten your name.
Patrick.
Patrick?
Yep. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah. Thanks. All right, so.
We need your full name for the record.
Patrick Guthrie,
Could you please spell your last name?
Guthrie.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right. Myself, Abby, Diane, Stephen, Kerry. Okay, Patrick.
All right.
What's going on?
Well, we had our first session with you, and I had comments from both HSAB and the commission. And so if we run down to the elevations, we'll walk through the responses that came through on this application. And yeah, let's start on the north elevation. So initial and fairly straightforward commentary with some comments on design for the roof walk, commentary on the height of the chimney there. So we made revisions there, which we can talk about in more detail later. And then primarily commentary on the additions and continued to emphasize more their subservient nature to the main house. So the L, we dropped the eave line 12 inches. That brings and then removed shutters on the windows, reduced the window size so they're no longer matching the main house, but actually match other windows which are on the house. By dropping the eave height, we integrate the top trim on the second floor windows into the freeze line of the trim at the house. And then at the garage, which had been introduced as a gable, on this elevation, it is a shed roof, a 4 and 12 pitch. Again, we dropped the plate height on that to again step it down further, bringing it further back, both visually and sort of in massing. Go to the next elevation, please. On the east elevation, there had been some commentary on the main gable end on windows. We made some slight adjustment there to actually line them up with the existing windows down below. This is a combination of both a historic window, which is being renovated and reused, and a new window. The other large element here is a dormer with a single window in it. We maintained the width of the dormer, but introduced a barn sash onto the dormer. And then other sort of minor changes are for the rear porch, just a size adjustment, and then a change to the railing opening on that porch. And in the L, we reintroduced a historic window, which had not been used in the previous design, and put that in the vertical wall on the L. And go to the next. On the rear elevation, HSAB's comments were both about symmetry and width on the L addition. We did maintain the width of the L, but raised the plate height on the right hand as you're viewing the screen, so that it's now symmetrical. Made adjustments to the window locations to emphasize that symmetry on that elevation. On the left-hand side, you see that the garage roof terminates as a hip roof across the back, reducing massing again. And again, that's dropped. And for the east-west addition to the house, we've dropped that eave down to the down 12 inches. And then finally, the west elevation showing the garage with the shed roof and showing how that hip roof terminates, and showing the relative drop in the gable for the addition. And that's a
Okay.
record.
Thanks, Patrick.
Sure.
Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, this is a circa 1797 structure within the Old Historic District attributed to George Ray, a Cooper. HSAB took a look at the revisions as you requested on June 27th. They said the rear addition is still disproportionately wide. Rear aisles are usually narrower and don't normally conceal so much of the rear elevation. And the ridge should drop a couple feet below the main ridge. Exterior fireplaces are not appropriate anywhere in the OHD where visible from a public way. Adding a roof walk to a significantly historic house that never had one drastically changes the appearance and character of the building and should never be allowed. I'm going to ad-lib, I'm going to put a note on here from staff's perspective. The age of the structure plays a time frame where it could have had a roof walk that we may not know. Just wanted to point that out there. A skylight as a roof walk hatch is not appropriate. The 9-light barn sash doesn't relate to the other glass pane sizes. Chimney is too tall and should not be modified to accommodate a roof walk. The dormer peak should drop down from the ridge. From staff's perspective, again, this is a circa 1797 dwelling with an 1835 addition. Appreciate the dropping of the height on that side additive massing. Do want to reiterate the comment I made before that garages are not a typical feature of an 18th century Nantucket home, as that is a contemporary feature. And per page 68 of Building with Nantucket in Mind, the integrity of the front of the historic building should be maintained. In this case, it has been. However, on pre-Civil War structures, adding bays or other massing interruptions to its plane is not permitted. Any addition to a historic house should be extended from the rear or side wall and kept as inconspicuous as possible. Such additions should harmonize with the massing style and details of the original house. Want to notate that they've done a good job on that regard, but again, we have a feature that's a garage, which is a contemporary element. It would be more appropriate if the garage was a separate structure. I do agree with HSAB on their comments, specifically with the exterior chimneys are not appropriate for this historic structure. Also, again, I'm going to reiterate this for all applicants that have historic structures that you're adding additions onto, that all revisions should also include the existing conditions of the historic structure, not just previously proposed on the plans. I did also want to notate, and it could be me, so I will preface it this way. The plans are very not clear as to what is being demolished versus what is proposed. This should be shown in red or in a more way that's legible. Sorry, I can't talk. Also clear as to the vintage of the material being removed. And this was a past comment as well. Do appreciate the photos of the existing structure being included. And I believe all windows that are being removed are actually being relocated within the addition. So greatly appreciate that. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Holly, thank you. Anybody ready to start on this one?
It's a big one to digest.
Okay. Okay, Stephen.
Through Mr. Chair, what's the color of the garage door?
Patrick?
Right. We haven't, all of the other trim on the house is white. There's no other painted elements. So if we were just matching the colors that were available on the house, it would be white.
follow-up question is, what's the color of the existing brick? Is it treated? Is it painted? Is it
It's unpainted.
water struck?
It's it's not painted.
It's not painted.
So is it just a red brick or is there color to it?
It's just a red brick.
Okay, thank you.
This is the front, I think I got the front right here.
Okay, same as, is that the same as the shutter?
Together.
Oh, they're together.
So you can get out of the way.
Okay, so north elevation, first of all, Patrick, I appreciate the changes. I think the changes downsizing the windows makes this more appropriate, or maybe they just look smaller because the shutters are there. They definitely got smaller.
They did, they did, yep.
I think on the north elevation, on the shed roof, if you're gonna go with that 9 light on the rightmost addition, that size window, I would suggest would be more appropriate as a 12 light.
Right.
Or go back to the smaller one that was proposed, which seems to work out good in your bathroom. There's no one's gonna have a mirror to look at themselves before they go out to dinner. On the east elevation, I get the issue brought up with respect to the L, but I think given visibility is on the interior of that L is non-existent, and the amount that it protrudes past the existing structure is viewed from the west is pretty minimal, so I'm okay with that. I didn't comment on the garage door color. I'm still processing that one, but I think if it matches the shutter, it might be okay with a hold my nose.
Okay.
And those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
What is the shutter color?
Black?
I think it's a green.
Did you
isn't
say
it?
Is it
black?
black or green?
Maybe I
I
miss.
think green, I think in this case.
Shutter's chrome green.
Bear with me, yeah,
There
there.
you go. Okay. Yeah, all right. Thank you, Stephen. Let's see, who's next?
Shutters are chrome green and the
And the
trim
garage-
is white.
Yeah,
Yep.
and the garage doors would be chrome green too.
Also,
Okay, Carrie, go ahead.
I appreciate the changes you've made on the north. That 9 light window to me above the garage just throws it all off, simply because I keep looking at it and I don't want to look at the garage. And that window being what it is makes me go there. I'm not convinced that the roof walk should be there, because I agree with ASAP that it changes the character of this building. A roof walk is a very exposed element. I think the east has good changes. I think that dormer is okay, even if it goes to the roof. My main issue is with the south elevation and that massive wide.
Gable.
Yeah, and I think if you can drop the whole thing down, the eave, to match the eave of the left hand, wait, it's, I'm trying to figure out which elevation it's going towards. The west, the west, on the west elevation, that gable has a lower eave than the main mass. And I think the addition should also have a lower eave than the main mass, and that would help you bring it down a couple feet so the ridges aren't all the same height back there.
Right.
I also think the window on the 3rd floor on that south elevation should not be as big as it is, as tall as it is. I think we need to reduce that down somehow. I don't know, in height maybe.
I'm sorry, are you referring to the south elevation?
South elevation in the attic, oh, no, yeah, south elevation, that 3rd floor window in that gable end.
9/9.
Okay.
It seems too massive. It seems like it should not be quite as tall as the others on the 2nd floor. I think That's it for now. Thank you.
Okay, Carrie, thank you. Let's see. Abby, you ready?
Yeah, I could say something,
All right.
but not very much. I thought the back of the house was charming in its original state, so I'm digesting, but I think, so Carrie mentioned that 9-light door, the service door, sort of secondary door. It really bothers me as well, and I wish it was just another 9/9 window. It really detracts from the history of this house. Even though it is far back, it's just sort of in your face. And I wish there was another way that you could access that part of the house, but that's really not my problem to design. But
Well, excuse me, that's on the north elevation.
yes, on the front of the house, the north elevation, that 9-light door, it just sort of takes away from the historic architecture. So I would like to see that another window and have another somehow access to that whole massing though is very far back from the main structure. But so I think I'm okay with the garage, but there's no vegetation in front of this house, right? It's right on the road.
Right on the street.
Yeah, right on the street. So and you're raising the existing chimney because of the roof walk?
Yes.
But if you don't get the roof walk, you don't have to raise the chimney. Okay, so that's for starters. It's a very important house. I want to get it right, so
Okay.
gonna go
Okay,
slowly.
thanks. Abby, Diane, your turn.
I agree with what Abby has been saying. I think it's very important not to have the roof walk. It doesn't go with the house. It doesn't go with the area where you would use a roof walk in the olden days. The chimneys need to be the proper size and not hanging over. I think that I would like to see when they send us plans like this, in case it's something that we haven't had in the last meeting, that they bubble with color as we have asked in the past, as to say whether it's what they're demoing or they're building. It would make it a lot easier for us. But I think it needs some thoughtful addition to it. And the size of the building, the length of the building, Odd Race Court, is quite large, so maybe consider taking some of the new part off a little bit, reduce it down. That's a long wall on the, on the west elevation. And it could use some reduction to begin with. Okay, that's it for now.
All right, so that's Diane. So I echo Abby's concern for the 9-light door on the north. I echo pretty much everyone's concern for the 9-light window on the north. I think it could be as simple as keeping it as a 9-light, but just making it the same pane size. And this was an HSAB comment, the same pane size as the other windows. Essentially, it'd be the top half of the double hung right next to it, really. The roof walk is large. I think the rule is 1/3 of the ridge, and this is definitely exceeds that. It looks like you could shrink it down and still manage to not have the chimney hit the railing.
I thought in the old historic district, if you wouldn't put a roof walk on it unless there was some internal history of roof walk being on it.
I have photographic.
Which we don't know one way or the other on the roof walk. Just real quick, right, the existing roof scuttle
Yes.
Just to the left of the chimney.
Oh, right, we did have this discussion. Although, kind of to Abby's point earlier, it's like, well, you're raising the chimney for the roof walk, the new roof walk. She wasn't loving the idea of raising the chimney, and similarly, I'm not sure that like the roof scuttle where it is right now would be a justification for making the roof walk, roof walk wider than we would ordinarily approve. But it sounds like there's a lot of debate about the roof walk, period. Those are my main concerns. I think the other two sides, the one facing the NHA library and the back, won't be visible that much. The other side will be, but that's pretty benign. Those are my comments.
To hold for revision.
Yeah, so Diana's made a motion to hold for revisions. All those in favor of Diane's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There we go. Thank you, Patrick. We'll see you next time. Okay, now we're on to new business of June 21st, the summer solstice. I see, Ben, you've been waiting so patiently back there.
Hey, happy, how you doing? Much better.
All right.
It hurt this morning. What'd you do to
Wait a
it?
second. Are you on some kind of prescription painkillers? In which case you shouldn't be sitting there.
You should be disclosing it.
Punch him with your bad arm.
Whenever somebody has something like that and they go, I'm feeling much better, it's a dead giveaway.
Look, I can lift the table. This is part of that.
Anyway, if you're feeling bad.
Yeah, no, I.
All right.
What'd you do to it?
Ben.
I was in the cascade, in the deep rock in Lincoln.
Well, look at that.
That's, that's.
You wanna do one?
Let's go,
man.
Yeah.
Do it. And what,
Your
you
name
caught
for
it
the
on
record,
something?
please?
Yeah.
I'm gonna sit.
Let's do it. No.
Here we go. Okay, what you got, Ben? Porch railing change,
Yeah,
35 Main.
So we're in Main Street, Sconset. Mickey and I had done a pretty big addition on this house, maybe 5 years ago. At that time, we created a little screen-in porch on the back. That screen-in porch is proved to not be as desirable to the clients as a screen-in porch, but rather they would like to remove the screens and replace the crossbuck with screen, low rail with a beadboard, solid board railing. And that design element was taken from the front of the house, where historically they infilled part of the porch with a little sunroom. And so if you go to the west elevation, you can see the kind of historical context for that railing change. There it is. Yep, there it is. On the right there. So it would match that design. This is out the window.
Is that
a historic piece of this building?
Yeah, that predated our renovation to it, so
Okay.
and not original to the structure, but
Okay.
but was a historical.
So you followed those details?
Yep.
All right. Is that it?
That's it.
Okay, Sconset Advisory.
So, Mr. Chair, Sconset Advisory has not taken a look at this, but I wanted to reiterate for the record that this is a circa 1888 Victorian eclectic within the Old Historic District of Sconset. Top of the Hill is its name. Pretty cool. I appreciate that, Ben, pointing out that that was an existing feature. I couldn't really find that out. So, but I do miss the crossbucks detail, but there's evidence of the beadboard on the structure, and if it's part of the historic aspect of it, and I'm taking your word for it, obviously, I would think it's appropriate. Those are comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, short and sweet. Thank you. Who wants to start?
I can.
Thank you.
I think it's a nice improvement, and looks good. In fact, I think it's a better improvement. You got open rafter tails, you got 2 crossbucks, and some panes. So I think it's an improvement from the original design.
Great, thank you. Now, I should have established the board, so.
Oh, because we have a full board.
We do.
And I just handed him the drawings because I wasn't aware
No,
of
I
it.
meant-
I can sit off.
No, I mentioned I was sitting off this one.
Oh,
Oh,
good.
you did?
Oh, good, that's
Yeah.
why I
I missed
handed
that
them to
part.
him.
Okay, so there
I
you go.
just did it.
All right,
Well,
ladies, so you're right.
I'll go.
Yeah.
Thanks for pointing that out, Ben. I was looking at this earlier and I'm like, where is that coming from? It's existing on the house. I love this house. You guys did a great job when you did the reno. I think it's appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Diane, you ready?
I do too.
Sounds good. Okay.
So this is just open now? It's just like
It,
open?
well, yeah,
Yeah.
currently it's crossbuck.
And you took out the screens?
Yeah. The screens are staying, right?
No.
You put in
they
glass.
just Don't need screens.
Oh,
Not
just
buggy
nothing.
metallic ones, yeah.
Oh,
just-
okay.
Okay, so it's just open. Okay, I'm fine with it.
All right, I think we're good. Somebody wanna?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Thanks, Val. On Val's motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No, good. There you go, Ben. All right, how about 65 Pleasant, new fence?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
the applicant requests to hold till next Tuesday.
Next Tuesday, okay. Can somebody
Motion.
move that? Oh, did you say motion?
Yeah.
Okay, Diane's made a motion to hold till next Tuesday. On that motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
You opposed? No. Okay, okay, Sophie. 18 Sherburne.
We're not gonna get down to you, are we?
No.
Maybe I should.
Yeah, no way.
Thank you.
You never know.
It's too big.
Okay, everybody sitting on this regular board?
Like Carrie said. on this one.
So Carrie's sitting on this. Good? All right.
So I don't know if we can go back one page, but to just orient you guys on the locus, it's on Sherburne Turnpike, right side as you're
Oh,
heading out
yeah.
toward the ocean. It's a vacant lot right now. It's
Mhm.
22,000 in 5,000 square foot zoning. And we're asking for 22,652 on the ground. The west elevation is the street elevation that you'd see driving by, and I think you'll probably get a little bit of the first half of the south elevation. The other two are pretty hidden. We're asking wood roof, wood sidewall, white trim, cottage corners, rafter tails, 2-panel flat shutters on the main mass. A full 2 stories, 29 feet 11 for the main mass, and then it cascades down to lower ridges that are between 15 and 17 for the single stories.
Who'd like to start?
Is there any no age zone?
I
Okay.
don't think so.
I'll go.
Go ahead, Val.
I appreciate the additive massing, however, I'm finding it's a rather peculiar massing with so many little pieces on each side. I think I would prefer, or I think it would be more appropriate for perhaps combining, you have this nice main mass, combining the little one on each side with the next side pieces to simplify it. Does that make sense? Does anybody understand?
Were you saying rather than having it step twice, just have it step once?
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that here anywhere. But the details and the rest of it, I think, are appropriate for the area, given everything that's gone on there. I just think this is a little bit too complicated and should be simplified in terms of massing.
Okay. Thanks.
I'll sort of add to that, sort of extend it, because the height of the main mass and the width of it is it reads very tall, so, but I don't think it's as easy as incorporating the two little pieces to the main mass, because then that would seem too wide, but somewhere in the middle, sort of adding a little to this, adding a little to that, dropping it down. But I also think your eaves are way above your windows, and I think that's adding to your height, which is 2911, which is quite tall. I think all of your eaves can come down to just the top of the window trim. And that will help also, because your second floor on your main mass seems very tall compared to the porch, which seems diminutive. And I agree with all the rest of the details are nice. Just a little manipulation of massing.
Okay. Is that it, Carrie?
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
I'll go.
Yes, Diane. go
I
ahead.
will go. I too think it is too tall. 2911 is, it's 30 feet. Free and clear. I think it should be simplified. I think Val's suggestion of putting the two pieces together, if you didn't make it quite so wide, if it came out too wide for the
No,
main.
not adding that to there.
Yeah, no, adding it to
those-
there, that's what I would
Yeah,
do.
yeah.
Take out those just to the left and right.
Yeah, take those out and drop them down. I would separate the windows on that first floor under the shed dormer. The shed dormer, second floor is bigger than the first floor. I think that does not balance well. And I think, I know it's within the correct realm, but the roof walk I find to be quite long, wide, whatever you want to call it. I think it's overpowering for the house there. And I think like on the left elevation, which is north, the windows on the second floor over that first floor should be brought in sort of properly and made it a little larger, unless for some particular reason they are very small, and it's the north elevation, and it should, I think, have bigger. And I think the windows, all the windows on whatever elevation this is, east, on, again, all the windows on the second floor should be separated, so it fills up that dormer. And I would have to check, which I wonder, on the very left-hand side, all those roof walks not roof walks, all the eaves coming into the chimney look like a fan. It's.
Oh.
It's a little much, I think, but this is just the first shot, so more will come up, but that's what I run through now.
Okay. Thanks, Diane. Val?
I went first.
Oh, shoot, you did. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so that's everyone except me. So.
Am I on this?
What?
Yeah.
Am I on this?
Oh, I missed you. Okay, yes.
I'll be brief. I agree with my fellow board members here that those small left and right additive massings, if those were taken out, although they are intriguing, I think it's just adding to that staircase effect on either side. I also think that the main mass is almost so much more important than the flanking wings, and that maybe you could carry over the shutters or somehow relate the additive massing to that main mass. So thank you.
Okay, Thanks, Heather. I think everybody captured it pretty well. You know, from the symmetry, the sort of steps back, the height issue with the shingle course over all the windows, the length of the roof walk. I agree with pretty much everything that's been said. So I think we should move for some revisions here, if we may.
All for revisions?
Okay, so Diane has made a motion to hold for revisions. On that motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, we're good.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, thanks, Sophie. Yeah, of course.
And valves, these are valves, right?
Val's coming up.
No, but we're still good.
Oh!
If you want, yeah, we have 5 people. You
Okay.
can do it.
I didn't even
Okay,
realize.
feel better. Let's see. Ban. Okay, let's see. Oh, Val.
Yeah.
Val Oliver.
I missed the valve.
I know.
Oh, the
What's
call
the
it the-
first one?
the Val
Daniel
Olive
Day?
Hour.
Okay.
I know.
I don't know. I don't know anybody's signature anymore.
I think this is a good place to start. Good place to start.
Okay.
This is Bayberry Lane, which is off of, what's that road? Tacoma.
Tacoma, wait.
Yeah. My dear friend Rich Leone's property. He's subdivided a little lot off the back, in back of his house. It's 23'6" in height, 768 feet footprint. Everything's natural to weather. And black sash, black roof, black doors. It's tucked in the back of 200 some odd feet off the ground. I mean, off the off the road, and it butts up to Nick Tarantella's property, so it's very tucked in there in the back. We put barn board on the side, natural to weather, because there
on
was
all
some
4
challenges
sides?
with getting shingles, but they're amenable to either.
I think the shingles are available.
Okay,
Yeah, that's what I heard.
but we were asking for natural to weather, so is
Okay.
do I see Daniel on there? Hi, Daniel. We can't hear you. You don't need to say anything yet.
So it's all of it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's all of us.
So I think you'll find it's a cute little spud of a house.
No, it is, it's very cute.
It is.
I'll go.
Yeah, go ahead, Diane.
I'll say it's a very cute house.
Okay. Is that it?
That's it.
All right. Jesse, anything?
I like it, and I like it with the barn board, but I'm amendable to whatever they want to do.
Okay, so, all right, fine. Listen, if anybody doesn't, or,
I agree with Jesse. Motion to approve is submitted.
there we go. Okay, Stevens made a motion to approve as submitted.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, with an option to shingle.
With an option to shingle, if shingles are available, and that's the owner's preference. So all those in favor of Stevens' motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? There we go, done. Okay,
You're
next one,
approved,
Val.
Daniel and Anna. See you later. Cute, Val. Yeah, it is. It's a cute little house.
Oh, yeah, it is.
In a great spot.
Okay, so 19 Low Beach.
I was just looking on my little iPad there, and I don't know that the online drawings are gonna be much to look at. They look so faded out, but you're going, oh, no, look, so maybe it's just me.
Huh?
Yeah, it's the iPad that the town gave me. How many years ago? Turn of the century. Okay, this is a cute little house for 19 Low Beach Road as a second dwelling.
We both do.
It's tucked way in the back of the lot, as you can see, as far back as you can go. Colors to match the existing house, which is white trim, white sash, a gray roof, and white doors. It's 24'6" in height, and it's modular.
Mr. Chair, I do have SAB
Oh, right,
comments.
yeah, sorry, sponsored by- yes, go.
Just for context purposes, the existing structure on the lot actually has an HTC survey, believe it or not, and it's a 1975 Cape. HSAT, our Wisconsin advisory took a look at this on June 27th. Their concerns in general would like to see this reflect more of a feel of the existing main house. Dormers could go back 1 or 2 feet and bring down dormer roof lines as well. Southwest glass sliders not appropriate. Vertical lights on garage doors preferred. And those are their comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Can I respond to some of those?
Yeah, like.
The
I'm not
garage
seeing-
door and the sliders face into the lot, and there's a house next to them. So I'm not sure how visible those would be. And the overall height is 24 something, so
24.5.
I don't know that I can make the dormers much smaller because of the windows.
Okay.
See what you guys think.
Thank you, Holly, thank you, Val. Who would like to start? Anybody?
It has multiple first floor windows like the existing.
Where does it sit in relation to that existing house? Behind it?
Yeah, so if you go to the first page, you can see.
Oh, yeah, I see.
It's
Okay, sorry,
about,
yep, that was the point.
100 some odd feet back.
So there's a little, like, looks like there's a little shed or something.
Yeah, that shed is there.
Is that staying?
It's staying. It's actually moving from, do you see in the dotted line next to the very back of the lot?
Mm-hmm.
It's there now. It's gonna move. I know I have to come in with a thing to move it.
Okay. All right. Anyone ready?
I'll go.
Thanks.
Yeah, I agree about the east. I think it's, no, your west elevation, but which you're labeled left, but it's on the interior of the lot, particularly those French doors and the garage doors, but again, it's on the interior lot. On the dormers, I think if you went to a traditional 412, you're gonna bring that ridge height down. And you could
Okay.
also bury the window header in the fascia, and that'll bring that down.
It is.
So as opposed to maybe moving them back. Yeah, because there's a shadow, well, there's a roof fascia and then there's a shadow board over the windows. Oh, I see, you've got that buried there. Yeah, you could still lose height there because that could all drop down. That fascia wouldn't need to be there. Those are my only comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Who's next? Carrie?
Yeah, I agree that the dormers should somehow reduce down. I don't know if that's gonna be enough, just because it's bigger than on the main house. And that seems a little odd, because you will see it right down the driveway. I understand it's far away, but.
Carrie, I can't hear you very well.
Oh, shoot. I'm just agreeing about the dormer on the front of the building. The one on the rear could probably stay as is, but the one on the rear has the tiny little windows. It would be great if those could have the egress, but I really don't have much to say about it. I do think the F doors are just inappropriate in this area, even if they're facing into the property. You might see them from the road over. I just don't think they're very sconcy. And then we're not in the old historic district, so we don't have to worry about the window type. I mean, if they're
Right.
Anderson or whatever.
Right.
But that's it, the front dormer, that's my only.
You know, I think I can make those smaller because that's 2 bedrooms that each have an egress window on the gable end.
Oh,
That would be great,
Yeah.
there you go.
yeah.
Okay, Jesse?
I don't really have a concern with the dormers being how far back it is, but it would look better if they were down lower. And maybe I'm crazy, but what if you just brought the main mast up a little higher? It's at 24 now, right?
Yeah, but this is the
24.6.
main house. So it'll feel bigger than the main house.
Yeah.
Even like 6 inches?
Hmm.
Anyways, just a thought. And then in the vertical windows, both in the garage door and in that dormer, I'm sorry, horizontal windows, if they could be more vertical. I think that's, I mean, I'm just being nitpicky here, but that's about it.
Okay.
That's
Thanks,
what we're all
Jesse.
about.
All right, Diane, your turn.
On the left elevation, I'd like to see the windows just a little larger in the whole thing. It seems like there's a lot of shingle wall. Is that a kitchen?
Yeah.
Well, maybe we could keep those low windows together and just enlarge the one up above. So it has a presence up there. I don't know whether you'll see the garage or not, because that other house is in front of it. It's going to be another house beside it, right?
Well, there's
There already is, yeah.
presently a house next to it, which is, I'm also coming in, these are 2 sisters with.
Right,
Yeah.
we got that explained to us at
Yeah.
ASAP. And so the availability to see it all has changed somewhat with the 2 little houses back, but the window arrangement for the moment is all I would like to see. I think the garage doors you won't see. So there you are.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Hey, Val, if you make revisions for the others, I'll be fine. This is okay to me.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
What's the pleasure of the board?
Can we approve through staff with those changes are made, or do you want to see them?
Well, so let's see which changes. We're talking about, you're okay with the idea of making the windows smaller on that front?
so if you look at the gable ends, the C window, which is the ones up in the gable,
Yeah. they're
I
smaller than
would
the
swap, I would make those Ds, which are the size of the front dormer, and make the front dormer Cs.
Or just flip them?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then shrink the
And then,
dormer size.
like Steven said, the pitch, drop the pitch so it will come down.
And your sill height might come up so you can push back the dormer a little bit, you know?
Or do you need to see it?
Are we trying to reduce the overall height of the dormer?
Dormer,
Yeah.
Or just the
yes.
windows within? Yeah, so what is the head height of the dormers right now, Val?
I don't know. You can grab it.
I think if you push the wall of the face of the dormer
Back.
in towards the, back,
Yeah,
away from the first floor wall, and put in C windows and do the 4 pitch, it would probably do the trick.
yep.
You want to try that as a motion?
Yeah, can we, yeah,
You know, take whatever.
can we put some lights in that big door?
You know what? I think what I'm gonna do is ask you guys to hold for revisions and I'll bring it back.
Okay, I make a
Fine.
motion to hold for revisions.
Okay, so Diane's made a motion to hold for revisions. All those in favor say aye.
I
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we're good.
Okay.
Thanks, Val. Ethan,
Hey.
308 Matticat, is that what we got?
Yes.
Right.
This is built in 1971 according to our assessor's map. It's a box.
It's a box.
And it has one of those big giant second floor decks in the back that's a 45-degree angle. And if you go back to the photograph real quick, yeah, you can see it's got the fiberglass garage door that doesn't fit anymore.
Oh, I love this house.
I know, right?
Me too.
This right now is 2 apartments, so there's no column at the, so what I'm doing is trying to make it look nicer by adding new windows with mutton, put in a column with the porches, better front garage door, and squaring up the deck in the back. So that's existing on the top and proposed is below.
Wow. That's a big deck.
Oh, do we have Matticat on this one?
Mr. Chair, we do not have Nantucket, but you know what? This structure has an HDC survey. Imagine that.
1971?
It doesn't actually have a date on it, unfortunately, but yeah. Look. No comments, Mr. Chair.
Well, I'm putting a wood roof on it too.
Okay.
That's okay.
All right, board members.
I'm kind of having a hard time with the 6 and 12, but the existing is 6 and 12.
Yeah.
Just on the front, it seems like it shouldn't be that.
Well, it's like you're looking at it in full.
Existing.
This is existing.
Oh.
And so he's adding this table on the front. But it's 6 and 12 makes sense on such a wide thing, but then in there.
Ethan, how would you feel about raising the roof pitch on that?
On the little piece?
Yeah.
I can. I was just keeping it low as the added
We understand
massing.
why you did it, certainly, and it's going to be a lot easier to frame.
8 pitch?
Did you say 8?
Are you looking for like an 8 pitch?
Well, I'm just sort of, I can see why Carrie made note of that.
Yeah.
It looks seriously flat.
No, I agree.
Just a 7.
Yeah, I mean,
Sure.
anything's better than this.
Didn't he say he was gonna
Any
put
other comments?
Well, yeah,
Carrie's on.
window.
That's it.
Carrie,
me.
make
It's
a comment?
just- Yeah, that's the big
Oh,
one.
she's on.
Oh, she's on. Oh, that's right, Val's back, sorry.
And what, is this a
Um,
print?
Jesse?
Am I on it?
That's there.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. I was on. I think that's a good improvement. I mean, I like the design, but make it a little bit more of a steeper
Yeah, that
pitch
was,
on
I
that.
consider that.
Additive
Looks like
massing
it's gonna
be a good addition to the design.
Okay, thank you, Jesse.
Yeah.
Diane?
We're assessing.
Okay.
HGC surveys on that side of that are amazing.
74, 1, 2.
They did those. Yes.
Wish you could retire there.
Really?
Well, yeah. With kids, it's different, you got sports and you got babysitting and school.
I was trying to think what house it was. 308.
He had a picture up
It's a
there.
same-
Can you show the picture again?
Yeah.
Of the
You scroll up to-
existing?
Yeah. Right there.
So the top picture is the visible away from the bike path, and
Yeah.
the bottom one is I went into the driveway. So that's what you're gonna see from the road.
I'll go.
Please do,
Diane's
thank you.
Yep,
still
you go.
pondering. I think that the changes are an improvement, and I agree with Carrie. I think if you made that, even just bumped it up to a 7, it would look better, the pitch. And the stairway's a little weird in the back, but you can't see it, so.
Okay, thank you, Val.
This is not
Diane?
visible, right?
Right.
No, I think the pitch is good and my complaints are on an elevation that you can't see, so that takes care of them. So that's fine.
Okay. So,
And
listen, I
thank
think if
you.
we just raise the pitch on that gable, we'd be good to go. Now, can somebody remind me
Look at
which
that.
elevation that gable is?
The north.
North. Does somebody want to make that motion for me?
Yeah, he's made it smaller.
What motion? The motion to approve?
The motion to approve, albeit with the
I will.
north gable to increase the pitch to, say, 7 or 8 and 12.
I'll make that my motion.
Okay, do you care 7 or 8? Don't care?
Don't care.
Can we do an 8?
Okay.
Eight's awesome.
All right, okay.
Thanks
so,
for changing all the casement.
All right, so Val's motion is to approve this through staff, raising the gable facing north from a 6 to an 8 and 12 pitch.
Right.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Oh,
I
wait,
hear
that was
none.
my motion.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was
Terry,
your,
that was my
yeah,
motion.
that was your motion. Okay, how about,
I do have a question. Have we lost any commissioners?
yes,
Who is
gosh.
actually sitting on that?
Yeah,
Oh, where'd
okay, it
Dabs
was
go?
Val, Diane, Ray, Carrie, and Jesse. Okay?
Okay. Are Stephen and Abby still there and just
So
taking a break?
Stephen is still here, and he may or may not be back from his break next, but Abby has left the auditorium.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
You're
thank
also
you.
teeny tiny. I can't see you.
I wish that was true.
Okay, did we figure if we have somebody to rep this roof change at Front Street? Anybody on Zoom? Nobody in the room, nobody on Zoom. Can I have a motion to hold for rep?
Motion to hold for rep.
Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that was a
Ray.
motion. Yeah, okay.
Because they're not too sticky or too sweet.
How about 4.5 Cathcart Road? 4.5 Cathcart. Oh, that's you, okay, hey.
Demo, the widow's walk.
Welcome to the HCC.
Wait, you take that back to.
We'll share.
So down on Cathcart, you want to take a widow's, well, it's actually referred to as a roof wall, but,
You sitting?
you
wanna do it?
yeah, are you on, Steve?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesse will do it.
I mean,
Well, it wasn't there in the 1890s, so I don't know what we're
nor is the
concerned about.
house either.
Exactly, that's my point.
What are we looking at? We're looking at
Getting-
4.5
Can I have some more of those?
You take it, yeah.
Oh my God, they're
Yeah.
addicting.
Widow's walk.
See
It
the
says
roof wall?
demo,
Please take 'em away.
Remove demo widow's walk.
Here, look, that, they wanted to make go away.
Oh, because the front page says pool and hardscape.
Oh, that's, I think that was approved by consent. It was two applications. One was pool and
Yeah,
hardscape,
it's
and
just
one
confusing.
was for widow's walk.
See how it says that?
So one application was to change previously approved the driveway, just style, and that was approved, I believe, consent. And second application is, that's the one which we see it right now on the screen. So that would be to remove widow's walk.
Yeah.
Oh.
Looks
No.
like we approved.
This is
that
basically,
widow's walk.
it's upside down house, and second floor is that big roof that's all open, vaulted ceiling space. And previously the way I had it set up, it was a catwalk going across all the living room. And there was one spiral staircase, and there was another stairs from the center to access that one, so basically it was killing the entire space of living room. So we tried to figure out how to save those walk because they give us fantastic view there. But after long discussions, and we just didn't want to sacrifice a lot of space in the living room to have access there. So went to option either to remove it completely, and if you don't like that idea, then we'll just build something there. So, you know, it's not accessible, but just for the looks.
Oh, no, we would never say that. Would we?
Motion to approve is submitted.
We good?
Good.
All right, I'll take Stephen up on that motion. Stephen's motion is to approve the removal of the roof walk. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, so Terry, just so you know, with a 4-person regular board, it was Val, Diane, Ray, Stephen, and Jesse. Okay?
Mr. Chair.
Who said Mr. Chair?
I did, sorry. I just want to make a note for the record that because there's 4 Cathcart and there's 4.5 Cathcart.
Yes.
And this one's 4.5 Cathcart, that the map and parcel is incorrect on our agenda. It's actually map 54, parcel 8, not 82.
I think that's where we keep battling with that town. Well, the architects from Boston battling because it was recent subdivision. It was like a 2 lots when you combine in one and subdivided into multiple lots there. And I think that's where all this confusion comes in. Because the building department says like there is no 4 Cathcart and there's 4.5. So I think they're trying to figure out logistics on that.
Well, we'll just,
Thank you.
Holly was just noting it for the record. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Ethan, deck removable bridge.
Hey, didn't we open this?
What?
Did we not speak on this previously? No?
I don't think
Oh.
so.
This is
Hey.
brand new.
Sorry, is
Sorry.
my board back to Carrie now?
Yes.
Okay.
I guess I just previewed a couple of times.
Yeah,
Sounds
well,
familiar.
they should give us a small one.
It's for ADA.
No, this is for moving furniture and stuff.
Because if it was ADA, I was gonna say, how are they getting in?
The other street.
No, it's all steps.
No, this is,
No, if you look at the site plan.
if you look at the site plan, the rear photograph. So there's the rear photograph, zoom in.
This is their parking.
Because the parking,
Right.
it's like up, yeah,
It's
right.
just from here.
It's a removable structure to connect the rear deck of the building to that platform at the driveway so they can move furniture
So
when people
funny.
buy to the,
Very
clever.
yeah,
Little,
it connects the two right there.
Parallelogram
Down here, right.
bridge.
Yeah, it's going between existing posts, so we don't have to remove posts.
I think it. I think
Okay,
it's down there.
Ethan, thanks. HSAP.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, this is not only a hospital thrift structure, but this is the Timothy Horsefield House, a circa 1800 structure. HSAP took a look at this on June 27th. They said this unusual feature may be more acceptable if it had the additive benefit of providing wheelchair access to the main level of the thrift shop. We sometimes make concessions for ramps, and this could provide the same purpose. Other minor adjustments would be needed to make this work properly, however. Straightening the bridge would be an improvement. From staff's perspective, there is a preservation restriction on this property for this structure, and so I would recommend any approvals that it was subsequent to a concurrence from NPT, as I believe they are the holder of the restriction.
Can you address that?
Yeah, they should have reviewed it since we filed this because they control the property. But that's why it's a removable structure, so it can be, they don't, when you're not using it, you can take it down. It's basically you don't have to walk down the steps, over and back up. Yeah, so they're reviewing.
Okay, you
what they
just
have.
don't know the upshot of that.
I don't know what the result of that review.
Okay. Holly, thanks. Ethan, thank you. Who wants to begin?
I'll go.
Thanks.
So I see that it's unusual, but I think it does have the dual benefit because now somebody who needs a little bit more help could possibly use that to get into the store. So to me, that's a win. And we're not gonna really see it looking down because the zigzag is a little odd, or the angle. It's cattywampus.
Yeah.
But from the sides, it just looks like railing, so I actually am okay with this.
Okay.
And it's
It does give them a result,
not permanent.
a good result to get into that building when they're taking furniture in too,
Mm-hmm.
because they can't park out on India Street, so this
Right.
is a big help.
Take it out the back. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think, and the fact that it's removable, I think is,
Right.
you know.
Can it be advertised that people who are using a wheelchair can use it? I mean, is that something they've even thought about?
No, not yet, because
The
it's
doors
not
are
a
wide
handicap access. That's
It's
why
not-
they
yeah, it's
can't
not
come in.
Well, I have a friend who uses a wheelchair and she'd happily bump up into there to get into the thrift shop.
I don't think the back doors are wide
The
enough.
back, yeah, the door's not wide enough.
How wide is it? 30 inches is all she needs.
Hmm. Really?
I don't know. They don't
Yeah,
have
I
as
think
built.
that, I mean, come on now. You're so close
They need a
to
bigger
being-
door for the
You're so
furniture.
close to being
I didn't want to touch the
accessible,
building.
why not?
Ethan,
Yes. Yes.
it's Kathy Ward here.
Oh, hey.
So if I can just address that question,
Please.
Sure.
I am a past president of the board for the thrift shop. And the reason we're doing that is to be able to move furniture. That building is not conducive to widen anything. And there are small rooms, there are bumps between the rooms, and a wheelchair is an impossible situation in that building.
You're just saying that like, it would be, having this where wheelchair accessible wouldn't necessarily achieve a goal, because once you got to the thrift shop, you wouldn't be able to navigate the doors anyway.
Well,
That's
the
correct.
doors Going in that rear, there's 2 doors. Why can't there just be?
She's just saying that like,
One
access
door is
inside is limited anyway, because of the doors outside.
No. Oh, you weren't on
But,
that?
but listen, I think that the main thing is that furniture removal, that's why they're applying for it. Does anybody have any opinions, like, based on that? And the fact that it's removable?
Yeah, I think the fact that it's removable is, it's fine.
Yeah.
Temporary, non-permanent.
And in discussions with Mary Bergman, they see no issue with what we're planning. They've been down there, they've looked at it, they've looked at the plans.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for that update. Okay, so if no one has any concerns about this, I think we might be able to.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if you all are so inclined to approve it, could we get something in writing from Mary Bergman at MPT for the file as a condition?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Right.
I'll make a motion for approval
Yep.
as submitted with a letter from Mary Bergman saying that it is acceptable to them.
Sounds good.
In a
Thanks for that
timely
motion,
fashion.
Diane. Everybody who's in
Thank
favor,
you,
say
Ethan.
aye.
In a timely fashion.
Aye. Anybody opposed? No one?
Thank you.
Okay, how about 11 hydrangea shed? Nobody?
Do we want to look
Is this,
at
yeah,
it?
I know, is this something that we want to just like get?
This is consentable.
Yeah, I think so too.
Can we just get it up on the screen? Well, actually, here comes the live copy, so it doesn't matter.
Don't even waste your time.
Jesse, you're on this one.
Yes,
Doing
sir.
the alternation. Oh, yeah.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Okay, Stephen has made a motion to approve this as submitted. Once again, board is Val, Diane, Ray, Stephen, and Jesse. Stephen's motion is to approve as submitted. On the motion, all those in favor say aye.
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 No reflection on staff.
No reflection on staff, without prejudice. Okay, how about 37 Fair Street?
So, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
This, I know Matt's not here, but this is something I copied you on as far as this could be on consent. They're just dramatically changing the scope of the proposed project that you all approved. This is a contributing structure in the fish lots, OHD. You all approved an addition to the structure.
I remember it.
Yes, it went quite a few reviews.
Oh, yeah.
And at the end of the day, they have scaled down the project significantly. However, I did ask for him to revise a couple of things, as well as we were going to put it under consent with conditions based on the previous condition that you all approved it on. So it would be on the next, as soon as we receive that, we'll put on a consent with conditions.
So right at the moment, we
you
just
can
skip
hold.
over it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. All right, that's great.
Motion to hold?
One moment, please. So Holly, have them include though, they're removing the roof walk, please. Because I don't see it bubbled, but it's on the previously approved, both sets of previously approved, but not on the,
Good point.
no biggie, but just,
Yeah, no, it's good. Thanks for,
Are you talking
Thanks.
about 37 Fair?
37 Fair is going to, we're going to hold that
Oh,
right
I
at the
know that.
moment, and there is a motion to hold. But Stephen is just pointing out that on earlier iterations, that they were getting rid of the roof walk, right?
or they have one and now they don't.
Now they
Correct.
don't, and they want to,
Correct.
we want to make sure that they don't like accidentally get it back on again. Okay, so who, Jesse, you made the motion to hold, right?
Correct.
Okay. On that motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Okay. How about Dinah
She's
at
here.
Richmond? Oh, Dinah, you're here.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for making it to me.
Probably the last one.
Yeah, so for any of you waiting, including you, sir, this is going to be it for our evening, these three, if we make it through all three. Yeah, and all those of you on Zoom, these next three applications will take us to the finish line. Okay?
Getting out early?
There's that.
You wanna go early? If you
No,
wanna
no,
go,
no.
you're home to your kids.
No, I'm
This all set?
I'm good.
Hey, let's see, Diane.
Yep.
Take those home
You
with
may already
you.
have signed at least one of those. Okay, Dinah.
Good evening, Mr. Chair.
Hi.
If I might just make a quick comment.
Yeah.
One Violet Court is a rotated version of 3 Lilac Court, so whatever we talk about on 1 Lot Court applies to 3 Violet Court. It's just a mirror rotated image. Just if that helps with,
Okay, that will obviously come into play when we get to number three. Right at the moment, we're reviewing number one.
correct, okay. So,
And let's see, let's establish, Carrie's on her way out, so I think the board has been established. Val, Diane, Ray Cole, Stephen, and Jesse. Okay.
You gotta sign this one, right? Wow.
You get that one?
This is the biggest building I've seen.
I don't think so.
Big garden. Yeah.
And these two?
They break. This one break.
Yeah, it's the same. Nope.
Oh, just,
Hold on.
for those of you looking at the,
There it is.
for those of us looking at the paper copies, these drawings are
All right.
3/16, not at a quarter.
Right, but it's okay, because they're ginormous.
They are ginormous buildings.
yeah, the length of the building, because it's an L shape with a link, doesn't fit the whole facade from both Ls on the, okay.
Yep.
Looks like it's down here 6,000 feet, Dinah.
Right, so it's very similar to a building we approved on 8 Orchid Place. 1 Violet Court is a 12-unit apartment building with modular construction on the east side of Harvey Road. This is the southmost building in the entire complex, and it consists of 2 segments that form an L-shaped massing, with the 1-story massing elements situated at the ends and link between the 2 segments of the L, if that makes sense. So you have the 2-story elements and the 1-story additive massing. The design is very similar, if not exactly similar, to the previously approved 8 Orchid Place, which was couple years ago. Except we've added one extra 412 pitched roof to the rear of the building. The first floor footprint is 5,300. The second floor footprint is 4,600. So it's a difference of about 700 feet of one-story portion. The window sash, we're proposing 6/6 Anderson windows to be white. The trim color to be white, and the proposed door colors to be Hamilton blue. And when you look at any of the front elevations, east or let's say or south, the buildings are set back 4 feet from the main mass in the middle, the ridge. If you could just scooch up a little bit, you can see it on the north elevation, yeah. So there's a 4-foot reveal between the main mass and the two side masses, very similar to
the next week.
As you can see on the side elevations, which is just the same building on the side. And 812 slope, and 412 on the one-story portions.
All right, Dinah, let's see how it goes.
I have a question. Do you have a picture of the one that's already built? It would make it go super quick.
Yeah.
It would, and that struck me about an hour ago. But it is located, it is similarly built at 8.
There are 3 sets of them, right, Dinah?
8 Orchid Place. Yeah, so there would be 3 total of this type of unit. 8 Orchid Place is right off of Ironwood, but I don't have a picture, I apologize. Yeah, that would have been perfect because it's already built. We just added one, we didn't deduct any one-story massings, we added one because this is gonna be one of our group 2 ADA units, and we need more one-story space for the larger unit for the turning radiuses, etc.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Steven's going.
Donna, I'd like to reflect on the commercial buildings as you come into that community with the hip roofs, and the fact that, how many of these did you say you're looking for, this particular design?
Well, we have one built thus far, and then we wanted to do 2 more at the at the southernmost tip of if you go to the site plan, you will see the southernmost tip, it sort of frames the parking lot. So you can't see the parking.
So I would suggest that it would be appropriate to either have both of these wings on each of the, basically the 2 structures that are connected by a shed roof, have them be either clipped hip or hipped roofs. So the secondary masses on the east elevation would have hips. The secondary masses on the north elevation would have hips. I haven't processed what that would look like if you mixed and matched. I'm not sure, that might look a little gimmicky if one was one and one was the other.
One of the 2 buildings.
The hip roof,
Yeah.
you would prefer on the second story. Okay. Normally, I was under the impression, no, that's the wrong. Thank you for pulling that up, but that's not even that's Meadows 1. If you could go to Meadows 2, because it was a very popular building, but we only built one of them. If you go south of Ironwood Place, that's the H building, and there's another rendering. No, it's in a photograph. You'd have to do Google Earth. That's another one. They're all of the same ilk, but we don't have any hip roofs in the development.
Well, your entry is hipped roofs. You've got the commercial buildings as you come
Suggesting the
in.
ones right up on Old South Road, the UPS building and such, have hip roofs on them.
Oh, okay, those are commercial, and I did want to mention that these are listed as commercial, but these are actually R2 residential apartment buildings. They're not commercial buildings.
Dinah, I'm sorry, but my comments are without regard to whether it's commercial use, whether it's a residential use,
Okay.
or the IBC, any of that. It's just the aesthetics.
You're just trying to get the
They're just,
overall, right?
the length is,
Down.
yeah, it just seems very long, and if they're gonna have 3 of these in there, I don't.
Okay.
It's just a suggestion.
Is that
It's a concern.
the
Thank you.
only?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Who's next? Val.
I don't have anything to add. I'm just gonna go through there and see the ones that's already built. But I don't disagree with Stephen to make them look different and tie in a little bit.
We spent a lot of time on the last ones.
I know.
I have them copied all the way down the line.
Okay, Val, thank you. Diane, anything?
So I agree with what Val has said. I think we could see some difference. There's 3 sets of these buildings that we have spent some time over the past couple of years putting together. So I'd like to see what could be added to make some difference.
Okay, just to clarify, there's one building like this on the site, on the.
Right, the one existing,
One
which we'd
existing,
love to see some photographs of,
2 of them have been
right?
approved.
And then we have
Right.
2 that are on our docket right now for approval. So it'd be nice to see the original one, and Stephen's suggestion was a way of getting a very large building with long ridges to be less long. So let's see what Jesse has to say, because I have a thought about this. Jesse?
I don't have much to add to that. The hip roofs might work, and give a little bit of different style and architecture to the development. And I guess it's gonna come across as crazy because I don't think no one else has suggested it, but what about separating them? So,
Making 2 separate buildings?
Yeah.
I don't think that works with our lot. We're very close to the lot lines. We have to maintain a 10-foot 6 setback for the lot lines, and we have a certain number of units that we have to accommodate to meet our commitment. So separating them, that we could shift the 1-story link. Somehow I have to look at that to separate them, but I probably would prefer to do the 2 hip roofs.
Hey, Dinah, it's after 9, so I think what we should probably do here is why don't you take the comments that have been made under consideration, including the idea of coming back with some photographs of your first example of this type building, and then we can reconvene. Shall we do this on Thursday? Should we bump this up to Thursday?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Motion to hold for Thursday. and
Yeah, why
additional
don't we just hold
information.
all 3 of these for
Okay.
Thursday? Well, actually, the only one we officially need to hold is the first one, because that's what we're reviewing, and the other ones will just simply follow suit. So Stephen has made a motion to hold 1 Violet Place to Thursday.
iPad is.
On Stephen's motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Nobody opposed. Okay, very good. Now, so that concludes our regular business. Now, should we?
Good to see you.
Look, everybody's running off on me. Why?
June 21st and June 23rd minutes.
June 21st and June 23rd. Does somebody want to make a motion for me?
Motion to approve June 23rd and June 21st minutes.
The minutes. So we already got it. Jesse's made a motion to approve. All those in favor say aye.
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 I'm abstaining.
And 1 abstention. So just for the record, we've got 3 ayes and 1 abstention on the minutes.
Motion to adjourn?
So that was for you, Terry, and we now have a motion to adjourn, also from Jesse, and all those in favor say aye. Aye.